said, really? You went live in the middle of my dad's birthday party. I didn't plan it for that. I'm not trying to fucking disrupt your dad's big day. Okay, I promise. I promise. That was only a small part of why I went live right now. Obviously, I'm a little pissed at your dad. Okay? Besides, your dad's probably a big fan. Just put it on the TV. In the middle. Stop the party, put it on the TV, everyone can watch. Walls I tear them. David off, thank you for the gifties. Dark Fire Guy, thank you for the 17 months. Fruit Bowl, thank you for the 25. Roll the Gauge, thank you for the 6. Dark Fire, Oss, thank you for 22 months. That song's so heat. God damn. Hey everybody, how you doing? Hello, Hugo Can't Play and Tim and TMC and Alexander and Comrade Box Boy. Hello, Atrioc, been following you for a while. Not in like a way where you've been following me in real life, right? Like this is not you writing this on your phone and outside of my window. But never got to see your stream because most of the time difference, but love your content. Thank you very much. Very kind of you to say. Donate a bunch of mosquito nets quietly and do the thing. I guess I'm entering a conversation that I don't understand. Hello, Chaos Fire. Thank you for the 4 months. Kush King looking for Zaza Queen. Kush King looking for Zaza Queen. Subscribe for 1 month at tier 1. Thank you very much. I wish you so much luck in your search for the Zaza Queen. Could be tough. Could be a tough search, but it'll be worth it when you find them. Are we watching the Scuffathon? It's for charity. Do you think I'm going to open my stream and then open someone else's stream and watch it the whole time? No, but I'm going to raid them when I'm done. I watched some of it today. It's very sweet. Hey, Atrioc, first stream today, super pumped. Your content's been a big inspiration. Any quick tips for a newbie? Gonna have your stream on for good vibes. Keep glizzing it. You are here all the time. You have 999 messages in 3 months. This is not your first stream. You've even been timed out before. Dude, please don't ask me for advice, and please don't tell me to keep glizzing it. Words to live by, keep glizzing. Hey, words to live by. Keep glizzing it, little bro. Yeah, I don't know about that. He's acclimated so well, feels strongman clap. Hey, Atrioc, last stream, I'm an old head like you about to perish. Any tips for a pro like me? Keep carbonating. Oh, this is your last stream before you die of old age? I am not about to perish. Just to be clear, I am perfectly healthy. Young even. Okay? All right? I got many years ahead. Certainly not about to perish. Certainly not on death's door, right? Obviously, I am not going to just fucking keel over and die of old age. Sag, denial is the first phase. Of old age. Denial's the first phase of like addiction, right? It's not of old age. The first phase of old age is like fucking your heart failing or something. Hey, Big A, is it Get Smarter Saturdays? Yeah, we're going to watch some Get Smart Saturday stuff today. We're going to get a little smarter. We're going to buff out the wrinkles in everyone's brain. Custardy, thank you for the prime. NW Player, thank you for 25 months. Hey, Big A, first time sub. Looking forward to learning more about what this stream has to offer. You are a 25-month sub. It's not your first time subbing, and hopefully you already know what stream has to offer. Let's tear down. Let's tear down. What is the what's the other one? Not the Vodfrog song. Not the Vodfrog song. Oh, the Katamari song. Big A, can I send you one of my Fortnite games so you can watch film? I legitimately there's like so many things I would rather watch. There's like so I mean like I would rather watch fucking Jared Leto talk about his process for the Joker for 3.5 hours. I cannot think of any. There's nothing that has been put to film. Let's tear down. Let's tear down. Can you watch a 12-hour Harvard computer science lecture? It's similar to the Duck Bricks Bionicle documentary. How much do they talk about Mata Nui in it? This over under 20 times, 15 times, more than you'd think. Once would be more than I think, but I don't think it happens once. Why do you stream at 1 a.m.? I stream it generally 3.5 hours later than this. So 4 a.m. is what I would normally stream at. And I do it despite you specifically. I found out your time zone and I said, I'm going to fuck over that guy by moving to California. And then I'm going to time my schedule to make your day worse. And hopefully it's been accomplished because you seem pretty pissed. Can you write me a letter of recommendation for my biology PhD application? What's your name? Professor Poogle. Dear Harvard University, I respectfully ask you to consider Professor Poogle for your PhD program in biology. He is a 3-month subscriber to my esteemed Twitch channel, so you know he's got the smarts like that. Also, he writes insightful and witty messages like coffee cow looking for his beer bowl. So you know he can really break down complicated concepts at Harvard. Thank you. Sincerely, Big A. All right? Atrioc, how does one get both smarter and dumber? Fucking you tell me. Chat does it all the time. I tear them down. Atrioc, how's SF this time of year? I live in LA. But, I mean, I did live in SF. SF's cold this time of year. Cold and windy, to be honest. Howdy, Atrioc. First time viewer here, long time listener. When you have kids, should we call them the calves or the little smokies? Neither. If Ari and I think we will, have children, you will not refer to them at all. Or I don't even know if we'll have a child maybe. 2 kids. How about young pup? I'm not asking for suggestions. Did you think when I said that right now, I said don't refer to them at all? Did you think I said, okay, that's a good idea, but let's get some more ideas from the chat? Do you think that's... I didn't say that. I didn't ask you. I didn't say, okay, let's get a brainstorm session going. Let's get everybody to contribute. I said, let's cut this off. Will you use your children for content? I, like any good American, will try to get my child to start a toy reviewing channel. Of course. Because there's a lot of good money in that. If that doesn't take off, then no, they're fine. But if that does take off, they are strapped in front of the camera for their entire childhood, just pumping out toy reviews so I can make fat cash. Lil A's Toying Tuesday. Will your child be our sibling or our cousin? I don't get it. They'll somehow be older than you in school is what they'll be. Okay? My dad called me Big A growing up. How had he heard of you 28 years ago? What? Maybe your name actually has an A in it. I get called Big A for no real reason. Seed Sunday. What up, Shindigs? Shindigs, be honest with me. How are you always making new VTubers? How do you have a new one every day? That's what I don't understand. I get it if it was like once a month there was a new project, but then I watched the one where you did Twitch chat acts in a movie, and I was like, that's hilarious. And then the next day you had an entirely different one, and I was like, well, when did he make this? Will your offspring have hair? Gotta be Ari's hair, right? Well, I would hope that my children have Ari's hair because she's got really great hair. But I also have hair. Right? So it's not either way, whatever combination they get, they're going to have hair. Biscuit for real. Thank you for the prime. Pepe Sylvia, thank you for the 22 months. Hey, Atrioc, I was watching your Viewfinder playthrough, and you said that you had an XQC story that you wouldn't tell for a few months. Can you tell it now? Nope. 6 more months. Remind me in 6 months. Be certain. Thank you for the 11 months. Yikes. Think of the 12 months. Snickers Snee. Think of the 17 months. Will you be teaching your kid the Matoran language? In my house, we're only going to speak Matoran at home. At school, they can use English, but at home, it's Matoran only. So that way they can still keep the culture. Thoughts on smartwatches? I have a funny story about that where it was at Twitch, I think. I've always been not a smartwatch kind of guy. I like real watches. I think real watches are swag. I think they're like one of the only cool accessories men have in my mind. And so I like it. I like dumb watches. And so I wear them. But I remember I was having this conversation at lunch. This is after I left Twitch. I came back to Twitch to do a shoot or something. It was some video shoot. But I didn't work there anymore. And I was hanging out with like DJ Wheat and Anna Pross or whatever. And we were talking. And I was like, yeah, I think smartwatches fucking blow. I don't know. I was just being myself a little, candid. I was like, yeah, fucking smartwatches. I think they're lame as hell. And then Anna, who agrees with me, we were agreeing. We were just like, yeah, you know what? They kind of suck. And then the guy next to me was like the fucking, I don't know. He was like the producer or something. I never met him. And he was sitting there with his brand new Apple Watch. And I didn't see it the whole time. And we were all eating together and he's just quiet eating. And I'm just like, dude, I think they're fucking dumb. I'm like, why the fuck? It's like a big ass waste of money. And I don't even look that cool. And then he finally noticed it. I don't know, remember who notices it. And then he's like, well, fuck me, I guess. And I was like, oh, dude, I'm just being, exaggerative, for the effect of conversation. I didn't mean it. Hey, Big A, look up Ganance. My college roommate made a startup to turn dumb watches smart. And he called it Ganance. Can I offer him some free marketing help? Okay. Okay. I mean, this is an ad, but this is kind of cool, I guess. So what does this mean? Okay. It kind of adds modern health tech to your traditional watch. Oh, I see. I see what it is. Okay. So it's this. It's this. Yeah, I'm going to show you. Whatever. Fucking free ad. They add a little thing to the back of your watch that tracks your heart rate and shit, and then you can sync it to your phone. So the watch doesn't look any different, but you at least get to have, which is kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I mean, I use a Fitbit for tracking steps, and then I wear a watch when I go to things. And this would allow me to mix the two, I guess, but it's not a huge problem for me. I don't think I would do this, and I'm like the ideal customer, so I'd be worried about the long-term viability of this business. But it is a cool idea for those that really... Pay $150 to have a company tracking you, yay. You're more worried about this guy tracking you than fucking Apple or Zuckerberg or... They're all tracking you, bro. It's not... it's not... You have a phone, okay? Someone's gonna track you. You can build these walls, I tear them down. Let's tear down. Reminds me of that root beer float on Shark Tank. In what way does a fucking dumb watch being converted to a smartwatch remind you of a root beer float on Shark Tank? In what connection do you possibly have between those two products? Extremely disparate products. Goes on wrist. All right, whatever. Hey, Justice91 Gaming, thank you for the 4 months. Squat Fever, thank you for 3 months. Biscuit, I think I said thank you. Let's tear down, let's tear down. What's the best way to give the most amount of money to my favorite companies? What's the best way for you to give the most amount of money? Just donate it to them. Just send it to them. A check. Direct cash deposit. Don't buy things. Buying things means they still have to pay some portion of that money as cost of goods sold to produce the product you bought. Like, if you want to give your money to Hyundai, the worst thing you do is buy a car. Not the worst thing you can do. but like, they don't want that. They want the money directly. 100% margin. I'm starting a super PAC for corporations. That's a good future for our economy. Macro, thank you for the 5 gifted. Loose Jensen, thank you for 20 months. I have an exam next week, so I'm here to study from the smartest Glorketer himself. What is your exam on? Is it on reading dumb Reddit posts, into playing Outer Wilds, into watching YouTube videos? Because if it's that, then yeah, I think your studying will pay off. If not, I'd be worried that you're not using your time appropriately. That's my theory. Once I get my Prime back from that fuck Northern Lion, you have a crisp $5 coming your way. Don't worry. That's not how Primes work. He didn't take it from you. Northern Lion didn't take it from you. It's not. He doesn't own it. He's not holding it. And also, I get $250. I get $250. It'd be funny if that's the one guy Northern Lion found on the street and held up at gunpoint and said, "Pull out your phone and subscribe to me with Prime." Because in that case, he did take it from you. But other than that, it's shock. Why do you still drink coffee but not say Crinky Cronjmus anymore? Sag. I have never drinking coffee. I'm drinking a Liquid Death right now. And I've said Crinky Cronjmus basically once, unironically. And that was during Chess But Funny 3 years ago. So I feel like you've completely misaligned. You can build. Hey, what's up, Charles RL? It is an EU friendly stream for now. I mean, it's going late. I'm going late. I think it's gonna be a big stream today. I want to react to some things. I want to check out the Reddit. I want to host the Atriarchy all day 24-hour music fest. I donated some money today. You can tear these walls, I'm tearing them down. Hey, Big A, you skipped my sub. I guarantee it's worth reading. Okay, well, if you guarantee it, how could I possibly pass up? You posted that fucking 16 times. What? No, I know. It's not worth reading. I just read it. Hey, Big A, since we call you Big A, it would make sense to call us small A's. What do you think? It makes sense. You posted that message. I ignored it. And then you posted, hey, Big A, you skipped my sub. I guarantee it's worth reading 16 times. 16 times. That's fucking crazy. Cleanest. Thank you for the 16 months. Hey, Big A, shaving my balls right now and thought I'd stop by. All right, well, don't cut yourself. Agile, thank you for the 19 months. Detrovario, thank you for the 2 months. Dodge 429, thank you for the 8. African billionaire mauling over being trolled on Twitter. Wait, what is this? Twitter user Aliko is a billionaire and the richest man in Africa. Osvaldo has been trolling him for 4 years, resulting in Aliko sending death threats, doxing, and suing Osvaldo. When is Twitter? Wait, what is happening? Okay, he posted a beautiful aerial photo of Africa, and he said aerial photo of Brazil from an altitude of 4 feet. Bill Gates is not a doctor or a scientist. He is a man trying to play God. Bill Gates is not actually a gate. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of funny. I mean, this guy is unreasonably mad about it. It's ridiculous and unacceptable behavior. Like, just fucking ignore it. What do you? It's they're not even that bad. They're kind of funny. I guess it's over 4 years though. Thing is, he's got $1 billion, so I feel like he could figure out how to be happy. Billionaires worry about the dumbest shit. I think that is true. It's funny is he's not even getting criticized. Like the guy is just making a little joke. It's unless there's something that I'm missing. Mob Key 11 or Gamer, thank you for the prime. Joey for Life, thank you for the 11 months. Thimley, thank you for the 5 months. Yeti, early stream, this is huge. I know, brother. I'm starting early because then I can get more vibes out, and then I can jump into a deep dive on Outer Wilds, whatever I want to do. So, new honest government ad railroading the Australian government for trying to push through policies protecting two-party preferred system.
Hello.
This is a 4-minute Australian ad with 20,000 views an hour ago. Did you upload this? Did you upload this? Wait, I'm sorry. Hey, Big A, do you think my mom would get mad if I bought a shirt with Anne Frank and BLP BLP Kosher on. I don't know what BLP Kosher is. BLP Kosher is a fucking artist. A rapper from Deerfield Beach in Florida. BLP Kosher was born in the year 2000 in Boca Raton, Florida. Okay. He embraces his Jewish heritage. His predecessor and mentor is a rapper named Jew Shiesty. Also known as Big Dreidel. Is this real? That's crazy. That's crazy. Listen to a song. All right, what's his most popular song? Most popular song, Big Dreidel, as I call him. No, I guess I need his actual name. BLP Kosher. Special K. All right, I mean, all right. There's some bars in there. I'll be. I don't know. It's not my vibe, but I do think he's got bars. I'll be honest, I'm probably not adding it to the playlist. Hey, Big A, you should watch this video. But if you want to get that tattoo, go for it, I say. Live your life. I'm sure you will. Listen, I can't be talking about tattoos you regret. You know what I'm saying? You gotta just run it, dude. Get tattoos. Big A, should I get Cane's, McDonald's, or Del Taco? I'm a rest in piss Del Taco hater. If I could fucking Thanos snap and get rid of all Del Tacos, I would do it. Del Taco fucking sucks. Tastes like shit. Tastes like trash. So don't go there. The other two are fine. Or you could solve world hunger. That's my options. They give me the fucking Infinity Gauntlet and they say you could either snap to end world hunger or you could snap to delete all Del Tacos, and it'd be a tough call. The one in Portland has a swordfish on the wall, so maybe reconsider. There's a Del Taco with a swordfish on the wall? To what end? They don't sell swordfish. Seeing lots of Canes. Yeah, Canes is good. Canes is good. There's been like a whole, not really Raising Canes. Apparently their CEO did an interview and now they revealed that he's worth $8.7 billion and now he's like a folk hero of startup people. Talk about, I see so many Canes things on these podcasts I listen to. Have you watched the new Mr. Beast video? No, I was going to watch it today with chat. September, buy everyone a sub and then the money all goes back to you. No. You mean when there was when it was like 100% of the sub goes to the streamer? I think by doing that, I would be taking my post-tax income, spending it, and then getting charged as income again so I can get taxed again. It wouldn't be laundering money. It would be literally just getting my income double taxed. Double Jeopardy rules? Well, no, I guess I could business expense the subs. Theoretically, I could business expense the subs. I guess if it truly has no transaction cost and I can business expense it, I could do it. To what gain? I mean, I assume that I'm mental math missing some part of the transaction cost that is going to add up. People might stay on, or alternatively, people might not sub who would have because I gave them a free sub. Do you understand? September is the one time where someone who's like on the fence about it might make the leap and then join. And if I take that time to buy it for them, then Have you seen the Scuffathon? Yeah, I already donated. It's fucking awesome. Fun to watch. Mike, an article written about you on a dumb site. Oh, shit. I still can't believe the day I spent 7 hours fighting Elden Ring and then like fucking Dexerto or something wrote an article like streamer mauled at Elden Ring for 7 hours fighting the first enemy. I was like, bro, what kind of fucking news day is this? What kind of fucking news? I was just playing a game on my stream. It's not even. Big A, you should watch this Outer Wilds edit from your VOD 2 nights ago. Outer Wilds edit from my VOD. Atrioc lands on the sun station, interstellar docking scene. Hopefully it's not the docking that we don't want to see. Wait. I gotta turn my fucking camera off. I'll put it down here. Yes, dude! Yes! Fucking hell yes! Woo! See my ship in hell! Peace out! Burn! Burn, baby! Oh, we landed! Yes! That's what I'm talking about! Oh, maybe this better be fucking the notes from God himself. That was good. Hey, good edit. I really enjoyed that. That was fun. What a fun fucking game that is. I'll be honest with you. I'm buying a flip phone from an excavator company because I don't want to be addicted to talk. You're doing the Kendrick Lamar? You're buying a fucking flip phone? I hear the benefits, right? Oh, there's no algorithm addicting you, but like, smartphones are useful. Sending an email from your phone is useful. Checking the internet is useful. I just don't think it's that. I feel like you lose more than you gain. I feel like we need to curb some of the excesses of algorithmic phones in our hands, but not lose the technology advancement. Exercise self-control, maybe. Actually, I think that's a cop-out. I have people that say that are kind of bullshit. Boo! Bullshit! I think, let's say, for example, you're a person that likes candy. If you put a gigantic fucking box of candy in your house, like right next to your food or something, you're going to eat more candy. And you can be like, just exercise self-control. Just use self-control. But it's like, what you really should do is just remove that thing. So you're not constantly being forced to have that. You know what I'm saying? That it's just smart to set up your environment so that your brain is not in a constant war. And it's not a self-control thing. It's like just smart. Or have so much candy you start to hate it. Okay. Okay. I guess you could do the smoke a pack until you vomit kind of thing. What if you work in a candy store? Well, I guess you get fired. If you are unable to stop yourself from stealing the candy, you get fired. Do you think this T1 roster will complete the Golden Road in 2024? If you guys don't know, the Golden Road is basically winning every single tournament possible all year. Both splits in Korea, then MSI, then Worlds. No one's ever done it, and I think that's a fucking insane thing to say. Not one game has been played. The season hasn't begun. We don't even know who they're competing against yet. The other teams haven't been made, and you're already like, are they going to win the Golden Road? Are they going to win everything? No, probably not. I mean, that's just statistically probably not. Nobody's ever done it. But I think they'll have a great year. I think they could seriously be a contender at Worlds yet again. You got the job? What job? I don't know. Congratulations. Game State got a job. It's all about stats with this guy. It's about heart with this guy, okay? Atrioc, I got a job interview for a laser company. And they seemed on the fence about me until I started talking about Marketing Monday. Wait. How did that come up? How did Marketing Monday come up in your job interview? And you got the job? Did you play him that video of me landing on the sun? That would do it. That would do it for, if I was hiring somebody, they're like, no, wait. But I watched this guy. And then they pulled up and they're like, wait for it. And they watched the whole thing of me landing on the sun. I'll be like, all right, give that guy a chance. What does your undying support for T1 look like if, say, Faker didn't sign for a year, but the rest of the roster stuck? Wouldn't happen. Faker is T1, bro. I'll still be a fan of T1 after Faker retires, but while Faker is active, I'm rooting for whatever team he's on, which will be T1 until he's not going to leave. He's a co-owner. It's because we use lasers to manufacture stuff, so China somehow came up. I was talking about the Apple stuff to India and such. Oh! So you seemed informed on some global events about supply chain because of what you'd seen in Marketing Monday, and all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, they said this guy's nice. Very clutch. Very clutch. Good job. Little things like that do go a long way in interviews. Just like little things that show you care about the industry or the job a little bit more than just like, you know, I feel this is a place that would give me a paycheck. It's cool. That being said, yeah, I do like, is it cash or check that you're going to pay me in? How are you going to send your paycheck cut to me? Because I got you the job. So do you want to do direct deposit monthly, or how do we figure this out? Free lasers. Yeah, okay. All right. Hey, that's a deal. If I ever need free lasers, you have to give me some. I'm not going to ask for anything right now. But if for whatever reason later on I need lasers, you have to give it to me. Maybe if my good friend Dr. Carbonation needs lasers for any nefarious plots. I've stuff I've learned in Marketing Monday at my job, especially in explaining to my boomer boss how advertising to Zoomers works. I don't think I'm the best at advertising to Zoomers. When I was really grinding at NVIDIA to increase sales, Zoomers didn't have money to afford GPUs. Zoomers didn't have money for it, so they weren't even really part of our target. They still probably don't, but I think right now, if I really wanted to hone up on it, I would study. So if you make even one TikTok ad, like paid, you get access to the TikTok marketing or advertising dashboard where you can see top performing TikTok ads in your niche and trend. And so I would go pay whatever small fee to get an ad, and then I would really study that dashboard because you want to see what the best performing ones week after week is. That's what I would do right now if I was like serious about really honing the craft, because that is where you're getting the most eyeballs and the best return. Why did you advertise in Fortnite? That's a great question. It was because Fortnite was the most played game, not just among Zoomers. it really, at that time, had a huge explosion. And we were targeting college kids at the time for laptops, for gaming laptops that were thinner and lighter. That was the Fortnite campaign. Because the general ideas, and we did some interviews, some market research to confirm this, but like, students that go to college are very, very, they like to game. They want to game. A lot of them really want to get a gaming PC, but they're very worried of being seen as weird in class. They know everyone's going to have a MacBook, and they don't want to have like a fucking Alienware they open up that goes and lights up RGB. It's a big problem. So they do want those laptop powers, but they want it to be more discreet. And so we did a whole campaign on how they're thinner and lighter, and they don't do that. And it was successful. Yeah. Additionally, a lot of people can't afford to buy a laptop going to college without their parents' assistance. And their parents want to buy them whatever's best for school. So we also had to make it clear that, like, especially if you're getting into STEM, that, you know, there's a lot of benefits of having a GPU in your, there's like, you know, you can do machine learning training, you can do modeling, you could do Adobe Premiere better if you're making video edits. There's a lot of power. Having a good GPU is a powerful thing for a laptop. So we showed all that off, and it would help. Sales went up. It was good. Just an example of how it works. Atrioc, will you be joining Eminem on stage at the Fortnite concert? I'm thinking about it. He asked me, but I almost feel like it's his moment. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to overshadow him, because I do think, you know, I can spit a mean bar, and so I just it's his moment. Let the man have his. He's had a great career. Let's let him really enjoy it. Yeah, it might make him nervous too. That's one thing. Eminem obviously has performed on stage before, but like not with somebody that's really bringing the energy that I'm bringing, and it could throw him off his game, and I don't want to do that. I want him to have a great show up there. Hey Truck, how did you meet your wife? Crypto convention 2021. I said, who here loves Doge as much as I do? Took off my shirt, huge chest Doge tattoo, and she was smitten from minute one. It really sealed the deal. Yo, Big A, can you play the new Teardown Time Campers DLC, bro? You've posted this like 1,000 times. Probably not, right? I'm not playing any game till I beat Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is the only game. But there's the answer, so you don't have to post it anymore. Atrioc, Atrioc, your girlfriend is so cool. I don't have a girlfriend. I have a wife. I have a wife. So I'm a 21-year-old bloke from the UK. Market a pen to me. Bro, I'm going to market you some fucking braces. Get that shit fixed first. Then we'll worry about a pen, little bro. Big A, can I come to the renewal of your vows? Well, chat was at my wedding. I'm sure you'll be at the renewal. So I'm almost too afraid to ask at this point, but what does glizzy mean? It's hot dog. How do you not know that at this point? Big A, what about the Outer Wilds DLC? Gotta finish the game first, right? Nodders, I'm a VOD. How did you discover DJ Wheat was a person to look up to? Wait, what? How did I discover he was a person to look up to? How did you? Oh, as a person to look up to. How did you discover? I worked with him. I worked with him at Twitch. But I like I said, I knew DJ Wheat is an iconic. He was probably the very first person to cast esports. Maybe in the beginning of it all. He started a lot of things that eventually, like, he's the godfather of esports in the West. And eventually he became a great team leader and then got hired at Twitch and then built out like a huge part of Twitch. And that's where I met him. And I got huge respect for him. But I remember that when I joined Twitch, my Twitter banner profile image was me like posing with DJ Wheat at MLG. Because I had just met him and I was so happy to have met him that I took a photo and then made it my profile banner. And then when I joined the company, he saw that and it was like, great profile banner. Welcome to the company. Or something like that. I was like so fanboy. Which was cool. It was cool to finally work with him. So yeah. But I the honest reason that I grew to look up to him is because he's a really good leader. And I sort of learned about what a good leader is from DJ Wheat because he would be, so if you're in a big company, right? Or even a medium-sized company, if you're a manager, you are like you have to lead your team on one side, but you are the point of contact between them and the upper management. And so he would be not harsh, that was the word, but he would be like, he would be serious to his team and demand, like we have to do a good job and excellence or whatever. But if there was ever pressure from the outside, he was a fucking iron shield. Like he defended his whole team, not guys and girls, his whole team really well, which was really cool. Like I saw him stand up to people that were higher than him at the company that were trying to like push layoffs or trying to push, I don't know, or limit the ability of him to promote his people, or like if he wanted to, if someone on his team had an idea, like, hey, let's do this new show, or let's do this new thing, or let's like get the team and travel to this place and make something happen for Twitch. He would fight for it. Like he would argue about it until they agreed on their team. But once they agreed, he would fight for it, which is really cool. It's good to have somebody that uses like a strong voice for your people to upper management. Yeah, it sucks because he would often get blasted by Reddit, which is not fair at all. It was because DJ Wheat was like the only senior person, and I mean like upper levels, that could go on camera and talk normally, or that could be public facing at all. Because Emmett Shear was completely absentee, the CEO, and so they would always make like really bad decisions, and then DJ Wheat would have to be the voice of it. He would have to go out and be like, hey, Twitch, we're muting all VODs now, or hey, Twitch, we're getting bought by Amazon, or hey, Twitch. He would have to be the guy that says it, even though like he didn't agree with it personally. He would have to. And so, knowing him internally, he was like a real voice for creators and a voice for the community. And like, I don't know. I got great respect for the guy. That's all I'll say. Great respect for him. What's up, EE? I remember there was a clip of DJ Wheat ranting about how all his staff got laid off because someone wanted to give Blizzard all the money for the Overwatch League. Dude. Oh my God. I've talked about this a million times. The Overwatch League is one of the dumbest things Twitch has ever done in the entire history of the company. And that's a big list. I was there for this, and it was Twitch literally getting just fucking shit stomped in negotiations by Bobby Kotick, basically, who actually, like, this was the launch of the Overwatch League, and everyone thought it was going to be a big deal. They thought, oh, it's going to be a big deal. We have to get it on Twitch. But what they didn't realize was that Twitch was more important to Overwatch than Overwatch was to Twitch. Like, if Twitch said, okay, we're not paying, Blizzard would have to fucking make that shit only available on YouTube or something, and no one would watch. Like, it didn't, especially back then, it didn't matter at all. But somehow Twitch got it in their heads, like, we have to pay through the fucking nose for this fucking league. So they paid $100 million for the rights to Overwatch League for like 2 years. I mean, it's so fucking stupid. And because of that, the budget for everything else had to be cut. Everything. I remember EE EE, we went to like the opening game. It was, I decided because I wanted to see it firsthand. Toph and I worked at Twitch at the time. We fucking road trip down to LA because we were up in the Bay to go see the first Overwatch League game, and we picked up EE on the way. We watched it with him. I remember that. And I remember, I'll say this honestly, EE was very polite, but I could tell, especially by the end of it, he was so fucking bored. Because I was a little bored too. The game was boring. It's not that fun to watch. But I remember you were like, because you didn't even play. Like me and Tova at least have played the game. If you haven't played Overwatch, that is so fucking boring to watch. And their broadcasts were long. I specifically remember, I was like, yeah. Once those free drinks ran out, I was checked out. Yeah, dude, I remember, because we got to go to like the little green room area or whatever, and we were getting fucking free drinks and snacks, but like it was so boring. I mean, it really is a terrible spectator sport. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Anyway, yeah, Twitch drastically overpaid. Drastically. I mean, just really stupid. And I remember I sat next to some finance guys who I really liked. I would play Smash with them. I'm not going to name their names because they all still work in the industry. But they, every day, would have someone who was an executive or someone higher up trying to get this deal through come by their desk and basically pressure them into making very misleading financial models that like implied that this is going to be profitable for Twitch. Just like, yeah, and if we sell enough Overwatch League subscriptions on Twitch and people buy the secret McCree emote and the drops go up and that way it increases our viewership, and then we're definitely going to make $100 million back. And they didn't. It's not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. But they needed that to get it through, you know, because they have to go to like fucking Jeff Bezos and get $100 million. Yeah, it was a disaster. But I have a cool icon next to his name, so it was worth it. What cool icon do you have? You have the Overwatch League All Access Pass 2018. Dude, you got one. You bought the All Access Pass 2018. Holy shit. If there were just 20 million more people like you, they would have made money on that thing. Wow. You were part of the model. That's awesome. Pog, pog, pog. Good shit. Why does it look like you're on a green screen? Probably because your eyes are bad, if I had to guess. Probably. Atrioc, I recently got a job at Amazon Games for marketing. I have no marketing experience. Well, they have no making games experience, so you're good. It'll work out. You're all figuring it out as you go. I am GM in Overwatch, but I've seen more pro league games than pro Overwatch games. Yeah, they're just not fun to watch. Overwatch is just too messy. They tried a lot of ways to make it work, but it's just not that fun to watch. Nothing can be done. Oh, you can see the board. Wait, I got to make sure I don't leak my whiteboard of projects. No, it's fine. You can't see shit. What am I talking about? What are you fucking... let's tear down. Let's tear down. Popathon 2 review. It's just one big post that says Popathon 2. Yo, Atrioc, is a marketer job at a company to market the company to other companies who might try to buy it? There must have been a better way to write that. And no, not really. Nobody, no. No, that's really like the CEO's job almost. As a marketer, you're not trying to market the company to other companies to buy it. It comes down to very individual people when you're talking about buying and selling a company. Let's tear down. Let's tear down. Permission to go to Benjamin City. Cheers, my friends. Permission granted. I wish I had a train whistle for you right there. Do you miss the corporate Grussel? Not really. No. Not. I'm trying to think what parts of it I liked. I kind of liked the structure. That was nice, but I there's so many parts of corporate work that suck, even when the job's good. And it's almost very lucky I got to figure that out. Because in my mind, I really am a highly recommended, I would highly recommend a company like NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA treats their employees really well. And so I couldn't blame it on like a bad boss. I had a great boss. I couldn't blame it on the pay. The pay was great. There's just some parts of it that are like inherently soul sucking. So I think I got the answer. Hey, Atrioc, permission to swag out? Permission granted, sir. I'm drinking some weird gin drink my dad made, and it's spicy for some reason. Your dad made you a weird spicy gin drink, and then you stopped hanging out with him to go watch stream? Go hang out with your dad. Hang out with your dad. Your dad made you a drink. He wants to talk. He wants to open up. He wants to bond. I don't think he poisoned you. I think people are jumping to conclusions. I don't think your dad poisoned you. Sir Octopus, thank you for 20 months. Raging Gummy Bear, thank you for the 11 months. Tommy Hillman Online, thank you for the 2 months. I started watching from the Muffin Boost video as a fan of Hitman. Thanks for all the amazing content throughout the years. My VOD Frog cred is unmatched. That song fucking rules. Thanks. That's very nice of you to say. I'm glad you enjoyed the VODs. Must be nice to have a dad, Sag. Don't fucking... Don't dad shame people, okay? Don't dad shame people. People are allowed to have dads and talk about it. Dead dad gang rise up. I just don't think that's, listen, obviously it is sad if for whatever reason you don't have a dad, but people are allowed. Typical dad haver defender Sag. That is typical, I guess. Hey, Truck, I don't know how to ask, but is there any chance you have extra editor spots open? I'm sorry, I actually don't think I do. Usually I recommend, like, if you really want to be an editor, you got to send me some work. You got to send me, like, you've edited something, and then I give you a shot. But we actually have a lot of editors now, and they're all fucking killing it. So I wouldn't have enough work for you if I hired you. Intro, do you think outside is scary? No, I don't. But I'm not going to pretend like I was a big outdoorsman. Play a lot of video games, mostly. That's what I did. So maybe the outside's not scary, but it's boring compared to League of Legends or whatever I play. I'm a VOD frog. Deleted. So what you're saying is he has to make that number shrink? Yeah, I'm saying if he kills Quack, he can take his editor spot. That is what I'm saying. If you somehow find and murder Quack, then bada bing, bada boom. It is kind of like Highlander, okay? If you... there can only be one. New Hitman mission. The rule of two, yeah. Atrioc, do you need any more lol W's in chat? I could help. Do you mean you're going to drop a fire joke? Or you're just going to type lol W's? Both would be helpful. Actually, I think we're covered on lol W's. People are laughing like crazy. Holy shit. Oh, we're laughing. It worked. They're doing their part. That is the most lol W's any joke's ever gotten. I did it, Poggies. Yeah, good job. Deli with the 5 months. Anyway, let's you guys, we're in the middle of vibing and talking. How about we watch Mr. Beast's new video? Because I don't know when I'm going to watch that, so why don't I just watch it right the fuck now? I haven't seen it. Apparently it's we're talking about jobs. Actually, it's relevant. It is relevant. We're talking about jobs, and he does a new video called $1 versus $10 million job, which is funny because right off the bat, here, I'll just show you. Right off the bat, his actual job as Mr. Beast is more than this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he could just hit the top job could just be like, look around at this video. It's much more than this. So interesting.
I'm about to work this $10 million job as a professional athlete. And I'm going to show you the difference between this and getting paid $200,000 to be an astronaut.
This is insane.
Getting paid $100,000 to dig up real dinosaur bones.
Oh my God.
And so many other jobs. Starting with the lowest paying job I could find, gold panning.
That can make as little as $1 a year.
But we're gonna make millions.
Statistically not.
Basically, gold panners put dirt in this mechanism, and with
Okay.
enough shaking and water, all of the gold is filtered out to the bottom. But it's not very easy, because after 5 hours of searching, I was definitely not rich.
Oh, boys, I found gold! No! How much is that little nugget worth? That is 2 cents. Exactly my point. You could do this for a whole
Let's
year
go!
and only make $1.
But luckily for us,
It's crazy to imagine people in the gold rush era that would travel across the country in fucking horses and wagons and shit, dirt poverty, to fucking sift through rivers for little tiny nuggets of gold like that. Oh, turn it up. Is it too quiet? Oh, you're right.
we're going to be working jobs that pay over $10 million per year. But first, let's see what it's like to work a job that pays $100,000 per year. Digging up dinosaur bones for a museum. And yes, these are fake because they're all dead.
So this is just one of our pits.
Are these actually dinosaur bones?
They are. I've been here 17 years. This is easily the largest bone that
It is funny that from going to $1 to $100,000, he has skipped almost every job. This is like the vast majority of all jobs in America are in this thing, and they have been completely skipped, which is funny. I guess it's funny that he always includes a $1 one just so that the thumbnail is nice. So you can have the one on. You know what I'm saying? The only reason that section exists is because the title and thumbnail is better.
$1 million per year. But first, let's see what it's like to work a job that pays $100,000 per year. Digging up dinosaur bones for a museum.
I want to see Mr. Beast work as like a accountant making 45 grand in, you know, Idaho in a cubicle 9 to 5. And I want him to do that for 6 months and film it. Yeah, in Omaha, dude. I want him to work as like a guy checking the fucking logistics of warehouse trucks. Also, I don't know. Archaeologists make 100K?
And yes, these are fake because they're all dead.
So this is just one of our pits.
Are these actually dinosaur bones?
They are. I've been here 17 years. This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my career.
This is your thigh bone right here, and it's over 4 feet tall. For comparison, here's that dinosaur next to 6 Carls stacked on top of each other.
Keep in mind I'm 6'5".
These are mini jackhammers, essentially.
How you doing it?
I'll add the vine booms. Thank you very much. Don't need to do that yourself. I will add them. They've really leaned into the whole CGI additions to the video thing. They didn't used to do that very much. Now they're doing it a lot.
He has no idea what he's doing.
No idea.
Now, this may come as a surprise, but we are god-awful at this. Whoops.
Be careful.
It took us 5 hours to make any progress whatsoever. But even with us holding him back, with the help of the expert, we were getting somewhere.
This is easily the largest bone that I've ever worked on in my
said that.
career.
And you let me and Carl touch that?
Absolutely.
What if we messed it up? Josh, how much does this weigh?
Probably gonna be 250.
Pounds?
Yep.
This is 1/10 the weight of Nolan's mom.
Now, because this bone is so ancient, we have to cover it in a cast before we pick it up, or else it could literally break in half.
Are they
Let's hope it doesn't fall apart when we lift it.
1,
the music?
3.
Highway, baby! Good job. This is the first time any humans have ever carried this bone. Just YouTubers carrying a dinosaur bone.
Front of the table. 1, 2.
Watch your hand cup.
And believe it or not, this dinosaur bone did find its way into a museum. But because museums are boring, let's head over to the $200,000 job.
That's funny. Just some kid watching this on their iPad. Yeah. Boom.
Astronaut training with NASA. And my first mission, learn to drive the official lunar rover.
This is what we'll...
I don't think that inspired a lot of kids to get into archaeology. You know what I'm saying? I feel like he made it seem like it was a fucking boring ass.
One day beyond the moon.
Yeah, this is how we're gonna get around the surface of the moon.
Why are they letting me drive this? Open the door!
Oh, this is pretty cool.
How do I work this thing?
Push forward on the stick.
Right now?
Yeah, go for it. Push forward.
Don't kill us. I'm scared.
You good? Oh, this is amazing.
Go ahead and twist
To the right?
to the right or left. I don't care.
Oh my God, there are cars.
Is this street legal?
Street
it?
legal around here.
Oh, this is amazing.
Why are we
That is
driving
cool.
sideways?
I haven't figured out how to straighten it yet.
And even though I'm driving like I'm actually drunk, I still managed to get us to NASA's lunar training yard where the real test is gonna be.
Oh, we're off-roading. Oh God. Oh, this is getting bumpy. You're gonna let me drive it down this hill?
It's going to the moon, bro.
There's a seatbelt we don't use right there.
Yeah.
They've got seatbelts they don't use. That's helpful.
Whoa, that's way too steep.
Oh no way! Are we really going down?
Can I get that seatbelt now? Oh my God! Wait, we're going down the hill sideways. Stop it. Lift your hand so they can see I'm driving. He's actually like.
I'll get up and let Nick.
No, sit there. No. Go sideways in the crater.
Sure.
Hold me, Carl. Hold me.
Landon, I'm just gonna say it. You wouldn't survive on the moon.
I reckon I could do it.
Next in training, NASA showed me around
Okay.
their
This
enormous
is cool.
space facility.
Holy crap! This is the second largest pool on Earth.
Which I'll
I mean, the cool part for me is just getting to see this. Like, I didn't know this existed or what it looked like.
be honest, it just felt like they were flexing on me, especially when they showed me the spacesuit.
As far as anybody's concerned, once you try on a spacesuit, you're an astronaut.
But of course, there was a catch.
When you go on a spacewalk, you have to wear a diaper.
You're in the suit for 12 hours.
Wow.
There you go.
Like an actual real adult diaper. Okay.
So be careful. This is a space artifact. It's flown on the space shuttle several times.
So real
Mind
astronauts
boom,
have worn
baby.
this.
Keep in mind that
Mind
astronaut
boom.
Have you peed in this suit?
Not in this suit, no.
Okay. When's the next mission?
What are you doing a year from now?
I can make time.
Okay, okay.
And the final step of my training
It would
was
be
the
cool if he goes to
craziest
space.
thing I've ever done. They were gonna let me touch the moon.
No, lean back into it because it weighs 9,000 pounds.
This weighs 9,000 pounds?
NASA keeps the moon in a vault? That's why it's not there during the day? They're experimenting it on it during the day and they let it out at night? Oh my God, I always wondered that, but I felt afraid to ask. I always wondered that, but I was like, wait, they're going to think I'm stupid for asking.
This is the largest collection of moon rocks on display anywhere in the world.
I can't believe they're letting us do this.
You realize we're just a YouTube channel. Oh my God. These are just straight up on the moon.
What are the odds you let me touch the Genesis rock?
0.
Yesterday, we dug up a dinosaur fossil, so I'm an expert in this kind of stuff. Can I touch it?
No.
I tried.
This material here, these actual
What is,
lunar
sorry, what is the Genesis rock? What is that? I want to know what that is. They didn't even explain it. It's God. NASA keeps God in a vault. A swaggy rock. What is the Genesis rock? The Genesis rock is it's 4 billion years old from like what, the first Apollo mission? Second Apollo mission? The first of 3 J missions, the true scientific missions to the moon. Okay, I see. Oh, that's kind of cool. 4 billion years old. I remember that thing. I used to fucking skip it across the ocean on the moon before they all dried up.
Soil. You're actually touching the moon right now.
Oh, that's wild. So that tube has dirt from the moon and has not been opened since it came back.
And since you haven't checked, in theory, there could be an alien.
Yes.
Well, it would be the first from the moon.
Wait, you guys hear that?
And after we found out aliens were totally real, we headed to the stratosphere for our next
Yeah,
job.
burn
where
the
Carl
money.
and Nolan are gonna fly a plane.
I've never flown a plane before.
We have no idea what we're doing.
Welcome to the first day of flight training.
Pilots make $300K? Or is it like private jet pilots, special?
I'm not joking. For the boys to somehow fly a real plane, all they have to do is land one time in this flight simulator.
All right, here we have our throttle. Pulling it back makes it go slower, just like that.
Oh my God.
And after Nolan crashed,
Oh God.
and crashed, and crashed,
You crashed the plane?
he eventually did land successfully, which, for whatever reason, gave him the keys to fly this real plane.
No.
Yo, I'm freaking out.
Hey, if you can't do this, Nolan, please, for the love of God, let them know now.
Oh my God, I'm gonna fly a plane.
Oh my God.
Here we go. You ready to go?
As ready as I'll ever be.
Full throttle. Approaching 60.
They're obviously not letting him fly it, right?
Now just pull back a little bit. We're taking off. Hey.
It'd be so funny if Mr. Beast just shows it crashing. Yeah, Nolan died. Yeah, I mean, it's good content. I couldn't not use the footage. Yeah, he died. Smashed it right in the ground. It was a stupid idea. Anyway, on to the next one. Boom. They use the explosion as a transition. He crashes. They use the transition explosion to go to the next job. And since funerals are boring, let's go to our next job.
Oh my God! Your life is in my hand.
He is literally controlling this entire thing.
Yes, he is, all by himself.
Turbulence has never caused a crash, right?
Well.
Watch this, I'm gonna turn right.
Wait, it hasn't, right? That's what Aiden told me. I hate turbulence, bro. This is the one time I believe in God. I am unfortunately a fucking Reddit pilled atheist, but whenever there's turbulence, I'm like, bro, please let's play Lynn. But then Aiden told me when we were flying to New Zealand, Aiden was like, turbulence has literally never caused a crash, ever. And I was like, oh, maybe I'm being silly. And ever since that time, I have not been so worried about it. You just believe everything Aiden says? I guess I shouldn't.
No. Right. Oh my God, we're sideways. I can't believe that I'm controlling this thing. Look, no hands. Stop. Oh, sweet Jesus. You. All right, we're gonna go over there in a minute. We're gonna go back and land.
Oh my God, I forgot.
That's the one thing. It's always a challenge for people.
All right, I'm descending. My mental health is descending also.
This is the part I crashed in every time in the simulator.
Oh God.
We're gonna land right there on top of that runway. Oh my God!
We were too close, right?
Keep it pointed right down the middle.
Oh my God.
Easy. Keep your hand.
If I was the pilot, it would be so funny to fake a stroke right there. Just eyes from back of the head. Oh, that would be so fucking funny. They would freak. You lose your license like that? Yeah, but you're hilarious in a Mr. Beast video. And what's more important?
Just breathe. There we go.
We touched ground.
You did it, man.
I landed a plane. Oh my God. He said I couldn't do it, but we're still here.
You
didn't kill me.
I was genuinely surprised that the job that pays $1 million a year is hand modeling, but only if you're one of the highest paid hand models in the world. She makes 5 times the average salary of a doctor by letting people take photos of her hands, and her resume
That is
stacked.
crazy.
She's hand modeled for almost any brand you've ever heard of. Her hands are even insured for $1 million per hand.
Damn,
I
you
can't
can
wait to
cash
see
out.
this in action.
So to start us off, she examined our hands.
I didn't know that today was going to be the day that I'd find new insecurities.
Okay, so immediately I can see the nails need work.
Obviously, I could be a hand model, right? I mean, obviously. You guys are always talking about how great my hands are for Heinz. That might be the first good glizzy hands joke in fucking a year and a half. Holy shit. I can't believe you came up with that so quickly. That was actually good. Wow, my mind is blown. My mind is blown. I literally set it up and you fucking knocked it out of the park. You actually hit a home run. That's so rare. That's so rare in this stream. Now everyone's gonna spam for Heinz on random things because they don't fucking get how to make good jokes. They just like they're like monkeys that copy the last thing that got a laugh. It's not even gonna make sense. They're just gonna try to do it. I have to blow my nose, dude. I'm so stuffed. For Heinz. Guess what Ari's doing out there? She's playing Lego Star Wars on the Switch, on the TV. She's just literally on a Saturday kicking back, and she's in fucking Oto Gunga playing as fucking Qui-Gon with Jar Jar Binks. Mary here, bro. I'm thinking about it. I'm deciding. All right, let's see his hand model.
Of course.
Agreed. These hands suck. Okay. Look how much hair is here compared to Carl.
Can I get paid more for that?
The skin texture might be better here with these two.
Can you change me?
I don't know if I can work miracles, but I haven't seen your hands yet, Jimmy.
Your hands like glow. That's crazy.
Why are your hands so glossy?
I don't know. Are my finger structures good?
Yeah, no, they're very good actually.
Holy
but
shit.
Again, we've got cuticle issues, skin issues here, but that can all be fixed.
Our hands clearly needed work, so we
Holy
had
shit.
to prepare them to shoot, which was
Mr. Beast is a natural hand model. He could have been successful no matter what.
pretty easy for me and Carl, but for Laser, not so much.
Oh God, bro, you can make a rug out of all that hair.
This hair's been with me my whole life, but you gotta do what you gotta do if you wanna make $1 million.
And now that my hands are no longer disgusting, we're gonna model for an actual magazine. And these photos are literally gonna be shown on billboards all across America to promote these watches.
That's petrifying.
Yeah, no pressure.
Okay, I mean the watch looks good.
I honestly thought this was gonna be easy, but we were actually horrible at this.
It looks like the watch is on a snake.
Yeah, it
Bro,
doesn't
this
look
is
good
so
at all.
hard. Can I see the difference with you doing it? Oh,
What?
unreal. The product looks better because her hand doesn't shake as much.
But being a hand model isn't all about wearing nice watches. Sometimes you have to model weird things.
Why are you squirming?
Because I see
I
him.
mean, this is all before the Photoshop, though, right? I feel like Photoshop solves all these problems. You just buff it out, and then the hand looks great. I mean, it's like, I feel like this job was more important before Photoshop. Now it's like, I don't know, you put a hand in there and
Man holding a snake off camera.
Breathe, Carl, breathe.
Put your other hand out here and kind of support his head.
Yeah, of course I'll.
One final thing I need to throw in the mix is Immortals of Avium, the sponsor of this video. Just hold that right there. Okay, perfect. Now he's modeling the watch, a snake, and this game. Yo, look at that. That looks crazy. Immortals of Avium is a first-person magic shooter where you play as a battle mage named Jack trying to save the world, Carl.
Can he save me?
This time I need you to model the Xbox version of the game.
The only thing I say about Mr. Beast ad reads is that he is leading all YouTubers in the ability to integrate them into the content so it's harder to skip. That's it. That's the only thing that that is like, he doesn't make it nice and separate so you can just see a huge fucking spike of people skipping it. And because of that, he probably gets way more attention on it and can charge a higher fee. Already gets the most views, so.
With the Scorpion.
No way, bro.
It's just well played from a YouTuber POV.
Is this actually safe for the animal?
Yes. Perfect.
Get it, go, talk, and go, and talk about the game.
You can sling 25 different types of magic spells and unlock 80 different talents to customize your character to suit your playstyle. Carl, you think Immortals of Avium are gonna love that photo?
Immortals of Avium, I hope you love this.
Just hold the scary animals, and then we get to join the NFL for our final job. The people who created Immortals of Avium also helped make the award-winning campaigns of Halo, Call of Duty, and Dead Space.
We love those campaigns.
Oh, it's moving. And the coolest thing is, they put me in the game as a boss. And if you kill me in the game, you get more gold than any other boss.
Did this game flop? I feel like it came out already and no one cared or played it. Kind of a stupid name, Immortals of Avium. You know, Halo is a great name. Halo. Just think about that, you know? Keep it simple.
The game gives you.
Oh!
Nice, I got you, just don't look.
Immortals of Avium is out now with a free trial on Xbox as well as PS5, and there's a free demo available on Steam.
I feel it under me! It's under my hand!
We were doing such a bad job that we had the hand model step in to ensure the sponsor would approve of the photos. Click the link in the description if you want to play Immortals of Avium right now.
I'm retiring as a hand model.
And even though our photos weren't great, we still got them on billboards all across the country. And now it's
Mr.
finally
Beast
time
wrist
for the
check.
job that pays $10 million per year. That's right, I'm about to literally join the NFL.
This is literally my dream.
And if you think this is all fake, here I am signing a real contract to become a literal player for the Buccaneers worth $10 million.
It might.
Oh my God, he's replacing Brady, dude. They finally found a replacement. They finally found someone who could be a new QB that has that Brady-esque longevity.
Say we're not going to pay it, but it at least says
The
that
white Tom Brady, Mr.
And
Beast.
now it's official. Congratulations.
So for the next 48 hours, I'm officially a player.
You are officially a player.
I promise I won't let you down.
I promise he will let you down.
By the end of my contract, I'm going to be running out with the team on the field in front of 60,000 fans. The first step is weight training.
That might be too late. Let's go up. Let's go up.
Easy. I don't actually think they're paying me the $10
Am I seeing
million.
you struggle? Are you a winner? Or are you a Falcon? Easy! Yeah!
I've noticed they yell at you a lot when you're an NFL player.
Can you set it to whatever the strongest player in your team does?
I'm going to see if I can do one.
No, he didn't.
12 of these?
No,
Holy
he didn't.
crap.
Wait,
He's not
what?
a normal human.
I would hate to be hit by him.
Wait, that's fake, right? No way he moved that. No way. He's ripped? He's not that ripped. What is the bottom notch on that thing? He posted on Twitter. He's ripped it up for a rep. Wouldn't that be like 300 pounds? I mean, that's crazy.
Why is the NFL so hard? How does this compare to their typical workouts?
Pretty pathetic.
Hopefully the lightheadededness goes away.
It will. You get used to it.
Okay.
Up next was my first practice at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers training facility. So naturally, I met my coach.
How's it going?
How you doing, sir?
Good.
And my new teammates.
Nice to meet you, man. My name's Shaq. My kids love you. I love your
Oh, really?
videos, the candy bars, the Carl gummies.
Y'all really?
You know he's a
My
fan.
new teammates couldn't believe I actually signed with the team, so I showed them my contract to prove it.
This is the same one.
It's higher than his. Uh-oh, Vine Boom moment. He's like, wait, what? Wait, what?
You guys signed
I
as
think
well.
you got more money than me, though.
But if you read, it says, unless canceled in 48 hours, we're still going to cancel.
Yeah, look at the
fine print.
parentheses for sure. Hey, you're official. Welcome to the
I know, thank you.
Hey,
My new
we gonna
teammates
need
over
you
here.
tomorrow.
These guys make us look like children. They're so big.
Look at the size comparison. I'll be honest, I've never played football before. So they threw me on as kicker, which, oh, I was terrible at.
Mr. Beast, we need you out. We gotta get ready for the
Well, we should have got
round.
Ninja for this one.
I'll QB. And since I've never played quarterback before either, I just threw one up as far as I could.
Touchdown.
In case you didn't know, the team I just joined is the same team Tom Brady won the Super Bowl with. So I thought it'd be funny to surprise him.
Oh, we got him, Tom. Oh, I almost got hit.
TB, what's up, baby?
What's up, TV?
What's up, bro?
I have a friend here who might literally die of happiness if you say hi to him.
You can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Oh, I'm dead.
After that, our practice just evolved into shenanigans.
Little man!
Oh, Tariq!
Too small, yeah.
You could go back to filming.
All right, guys. Let's go.
Some people still had some questions about my 2-day contract. So afterwards, the Bucs set up a press conference for me.
We obviously have a big game.
You can just call Tom like that? I guess so.
Is this just a publicity stunt? Why are you really here?
To make the best video possible.
Yes, it's a publicity stunt. I clearly am not an NFL player.
Jimmy, how does it feel being on the new team?
It feels great. To be honest, they've accepted me way more than I thought.
How much playing time are you expecting?
None. And after explaining over and over again that it's just a stunt, I went to go get measured.
6'4.5". 6'4".
What else are they gonna ask him? There's only one question you could ask. I mean,
Half. Carl, you're 6'5".
I'm 6'5". Yeah.
These measurements are key, so
My
that my
boo!
gear and my uniform are all custom fitted.
This actually looks so good.
There we go.
And now that I'm suited up, it's time for the
does
official
look stronger
game.
in the
I
outform.
still don't know why they're letting me do this, but hey, thanks, Bucks.
Are you surprised they let me join the team? Yes. That's my first football I've ever signed. Jimmy's about to come out any second now. They say if you get up by 100, I can play and play. Do me a favor and get up super high.
It's his first game, and probably his last.
Definitely his last. How is this happening?
And since this is the only NFL game I'll ever be a part of, the team actually let me lead them out the tunnel.
Let's go, boys!
that is cool.
That's our friend.
Let's not get run over by players.
That is cool.
This is the best day of my life, Jimmy. I love you.
We're getting passed by the players.
Laser, we have to go
Jimmy's an
too.
NFL player.
How's it going? Let's go, boys! I won't let you guys down, even though I promise.
Is the NFL popular in Australia? Laser Reeves is like he's a fucking diehard NFL fan.
We'll get played down. America!
Let's play football.
Huge shout out to the Buccaneers for making me an official NFL player. It's honestly a good thing I didn't play because if they hit me, I probably would have died. And I thought it was all over there until the Falcons made fun of me on Twitter. So in retaliation, I'm gonna nuke their stadium.
It's a joke for now. It's a joke for now. Wait till he gets access, is all I'm saying. Wait till he gets a real fucking nuke. Cool vid. I mean, cool for him. He got to lead an actual NFL team out of the field. That's sick. Wait till he runs for president. I just feel like, what does he gain from being president that he doesn't already have? A fire video? Yeah, I guess he has access to the nukes. True. What did Trump gain? I thought Trump didn't even want to win. I thought Trump wanted to... He was going to start a Fox News competitor, and he wanted to get close but lose so that he could talk shit on Hillary for 4 years and make a ton of money. And then he ended up winning. Which changed everything. What did JFK gain? A beautiful day in Texas before it all went wrong, okay? A really great car ride. would like, if we could, should we just do a little Get Smarter Saturdays right now? Oh, I want to recommend someone. You guys know how there's Lex Friedman, does a million interviews with a million different people. And I guess he's fine, but most people think Lex Friedman's a little, I don't know. There's just not a lot of substance there. There's this guy, Dwarkesh Patel. This guy. And apparently he's supposed to be the smart man's Lex Friedman, which is probably not 100% true, but that's how I heard about him, so I want to check him out. He has a really good interview here with Ilya Sutskever that I was watching. That was actual good questions and insightful. I really enjoyed it. So I'll recommend this guy if you're interested. He does pretty good interviews. We'll see where he goes or if it's any good, but I gave him I watched one and I really liked it. Does he eat glizzies? At no point in the interview did he eat a glizzy. I'll be honest with you. Can we watch his SBF interview? I don't think he has an SBF interview. I don't think that. Oh, he does actually. Wow, never mind. Does a year ago. I must have missed it. It only has 11K views. That's so funny.
When you start a company, there's enormous amounts of shit that looks like
I just
that.
wanna see.
Things that are like dumb or annoying or broken or unfair or not how the world should work. But it's how the world does work. And the only way to be successful is to do it, is to fight through that. Most of the times that we see a company grow really fast, really quickly, and get really big in terms of number of people, it becomes an absolute mess internally.
He's talking like that didn't happen to him. That's so funny. Is the difficulty of being a founder? Let's see.
Profit. Oh, I think it's just the world in general. I think, you know, even if you ignore altruistic projects and just look at profit-minded ones, we have lots of ideas for businesses that we think would probably do pretty well if they were run quite well. That we'd be
If they were run
excited
well.
to fund. And the missing ingredient, quite frequently for them, is the right person or team.
It's so funny that 1 year later he would be in jail trading mackerel for haircuts. This is crazy. It's crazy to watch this. The confidence with which he's giving advice on running a company. When he is just so close to be. I have to pee really bad. Here, watch this and just tell me if there's
on
anything
it.
interesting.
And I think that in general, it's kind of brutal starting something. It's sort of brutal being a founder, and it requires a somewhat specific but extensive list of skills. And I think that, you know, those things end up making it generally fairly highly in demand.
What would it take to get more of those kinds of people to go into EA?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is probably just talking with them about, you know, have you thought about what you can do for the world? Have you thought about how you can have impact on the world? Have you thought about how you can maximize your impact on the world? And just sort of going down that path, I think a lot would be amenable. And I think a lot would be excited about sort of thinking critically and ambitiously about how they can help the world. So I think honestly, just engagement is one piece of this. And then another thing, I think, you know, even within people who are, you know, altruistically minded and looking at like what would it take for them to be more excited to be founders or to be better at, I think there are still things that you can do. And I think some of this is about empowering people, and some of this is about normalizing the fact that when you start something, it might fail, and that's okay. And that, you know, that's how most startups end, especially most.
What is he saying? Anything interesting? Is effective political giving. FTX Future Fund. Doing difficult things. The importance of focus. Dude was cracked out on Adderall. How SBF identifies talent. Why scaling too fast kills companies. The future of crypto. I kind of want to see a little bit of this. Is there?
Question.
What you told them to fix.
Yeah, it's a really interesting question. And my sense is that it's part of a larger phenomenon where, that's the right way to put it. Like, so, okay, one piece of this is just like, they didn't have a lot of market structure experts.
All right, I'm not gonna. This guy's just bullshitting. I wish. Yeah, I wish there was a little more pushback from the interviewer. One Piece. Oh my God, he's trying to send us a signal this whole time. His t-shirt is horrible, by the way, in fit and design. Dude, the dude's in jail for financial fraud, and you're fucking trying to shit on him for his t-shirt being poorly fitting. It's fun. That's so small. It's such a small stakes reason to be mad at him in any way. Tack on a couple extra months for it. Yeah, I guess. Oh, I wanted to watch this video. Economics Explained, maybe?
Norway is...
They had a video called "Did the Perfect Economy Just Get Better?" And it looks like one of those videos that is always like glazing Norway and the Nordics. And it has 1 million views. I wanted to see this one. It's easy to be perfect when you're rich.
Norway is home to one of the most prosperous and well-managed economies in the world. Everyone from economists to politicians and regular everyday people point to the country as an example of how something should be done.
Norway!
And amusingly, this praise often comes from both sides of economic, political, and personal disagreements, respectively. The country's small population of just under 5.5 million people were already some of the wealthiest people on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, before he even gets into it, one of the things you have to know about the Nordic countries is they're small. Like, you know, the Dallas metro area has like more people than these entire countries. So it's just not an effective. Yeah, of course, Norway has a ton of oil. We're gonna talk about that, but just having a lot less people makes some things easier.
Planet in every single measurable way. And yes, economists do use many different ways to measure wealth. Norway enjoyed this immense economic prosperity before something really important happened earlier this year. In early July, the country uncovered the world's largest supply of readily available phosphate.
That's lucky.
77 billion tons of the material were found in the country's north, effectively doubling the world's supply of this rare resource.
Oh, shit.
This discovery is enough to power the world's needs for things like fertilizers, electronics, and most importantly, high-performance batteries and solar panels for at least the next century.
Oh, yeah, I remember. Yeah, I heard about this.
The discovery is worth around $24 trillion, which even after extraction and shipping costs, could take Norway from a very wealthy and successful country to the undisputed richest place on Earth, even beating out statistical outliers like Monaco or
That's
Liechtenstein.
lucky.
But will this actually happen? The discovery is undeniably...
Americans? Are we thinking about a little invasion? I feel like Norway's not free enough. Can I say that? Can I say I look at Norway and I see a country that's calling out for help? A country that feels like they are trapped from an oppressive dictatorship. And if we could come in and help liberate them, we could help also, as a side project, get this phosphorus out of the ground.
A great thing, not only for the people of Norway, but for the world as a whole that will benefit from the food and renewable sources of energy that could be made with this material. But it also introduces some major risks. There are countries that are already reliant on the export of this material that could be heavily impacted by this new supply. What's more is that phosphate is considered a strategic raw material by some of the most powerful geopolitical players in the world. And that's all to say nothing of the fact that this story isn't new. There has already been a country that discovered a large supply of phosphate and made its people the wealthiest population on the planet in just a few short years. But now, today, the country suffers from widespread poverty because it's poorer than when it first made its discovery.
Oh, really?
It's naive to think that this couldn't happen in Norway, and understanding the country's plans with this new discovery can teach us a lot about some of the most important economic issues in the world today, from the responsible management of natural resources, the economic philosophy of Norway itself, and what separates macroeconomic success from failure. So, how is Norway going to manage this new influx
Is there a
of
video
wealth?
on the Nauru situation?
How could too much of a good thing potentially
I
be
don't
the
wanna watch
miracle
that.
economy's undoing? And finally, what impact will this tiny country's decisions have on some of the most important areas of the global economy? Once we've done all of that, we can put Norway, the channel's long-time go-to for economic success comparisons, on the Economics Explained national leaderboard to see how it really stacks up. It's clearly going to do well, but will it get the
USA.
top spot?
Oh, California above
I
Ireland.
used to teach
Get fucked.
economics in a university, but once I started making these video essays, I realized that I could teach a much bigger audience on YouTube, and I definitely couldn't do that without Storyblocks, the sponsor of this video.
Dude, I can tell because every stock footage, I have a Storyblock subscription. This whole video is just Storyblock stock footage. Everything I'm seeing is just stock footage from Storyblocks.
Types of economies in the world today. Those that should be economic failures and indeed are economic failures. Those that should be economic failures but still manage to carry on. Those that should be economic successes but are still failures. And those that should be successful and are successful.
Okay.
Norway is a remarkable economy, and while it's understandable to think that it's easy for a country to be perfect when they're rich,
Nauru only has a population of a few thousand, and they all bought Lambos, even though you can drive around the entire island in 20 minutes or country in 20 minutes. That's actually such a sick flex. That's awesome. That's fucking awesome. That's base, dude. Here's a 5-minute video on Nauru. All right, fuck it. We'll fit it in and watch it first.
This video was made possible by Skillshare. Get access to 21,000 classes for free for 2 months at skl.sh/HAI11. Imagine taking some random town of 11,000, let's say Millington, Tennessee, and giving it
Tennessee
$1
shout
billion.
out.
Do you A, think Millington will make responsible investments to assure long-term economic success, or B, think Millington will make terrible financial decisions out of a lack of experience and eventually economically and environmentally devastate itself forever? If you answered B, you're correct. Switch Millington for the country of Nauru, sprinkle a little corruption in, and add one terrible, terrible musical, and that's the story of Nauru. Nauru, you see, is a tiny island country in the Pacific laying a mere 35 miles south of the equator. It's only larger in size than the Vatican and Monaco, and larger in population than the Vatican, and yet for a short period in the 60s and 70s, Nauru was the country with the highest GDP per capita in the world. All that money, all that wealth came from one mineral: phosphate. If anyone ever told you that your startup idea to make low-fat oxygen wasn't working,
That's interesting. That it, to me, is shocking that even if they found phosphate there, that there'd be enough of it to be worthwhile to set up a mining operation. And then also you have to ship it so far because they're so far out to sea.
this is a family show, but if anyone ever told you that,
Is it in any way connected to Naruto? I think so. Keep watching. I think Naruto's going to make an appearance. This feels like, to me, it's leading towards a Naruto finish.
they've clearly never been to Nauru because their phosphate deposits were formed from millions of years of fossilized bird poop. But of course you already know this since you've absolutely watched every single video we've made. Nauru is not an enormous
Wait, is that
island.
true?
It's about 3.5 miles tall and 3 miles wide.
Phosphate is made from millions of years of fossilized bird poop? So how many birds were shitting in Norway? Just one big one. Just the huge fucking bird in Norway taking massive fucking craps. Okay.
Wide, but virtually the entire landmass was caked in phosphate many feet deep. Phosphate sold for hundreds of dollars per ton, and Nauru had tons of it. In the height of the mining days, the island was making close to $100 million per year, but the island's supply of phosphate was finite and quickly depleting, and they were just hemorrhaging money. Much of the money initially went to funding their national airline, Nauru Airlines. At one time, this airline flew all around the Pacific to far-flung destinations like Singapore, Hong Kong, Taipei, Guam, and Honolulu, all with about 80% of their seats
so
empty.
stupid.
A typical airline like United, for example, flies with only 17% of their seats empty. Nauru Airlines...
What an inefficient use of the money is to set up a fucking airline.
on the other hand, actually had to drag people on to fly. In fact, for a 6-month period in 1988, the certificate allowing Nauru Airlines to operate as a commercial airline was revoked, so to get around that, the government decided to let anyone fly anywhere on the airline for free so that legally they were operating private jets. The government eventually realized that if you spend money, then you don't have that money in the future. They needed to take this phosphate money, which was coming in all at once over the span of a few decades, and turn it into long-term income to keep the island afloat.
Yeah.
Therefore, they established the Nauru Phosphate Royalties Trust. They bought hotels all around the world, the Sheratons in Auckland and Rotorua, the Pacific Star Hotels in Manila and Guam. They bought properties in the US and India and the UK. They built enormous skyscrapers in Honolulu and Melbourne. At its peak, this fund had close to $1 billion invested. But just like all good stories, this one involves a stupid songwriting financial advisor. That genius was Duke Ming's, who had written Leonardo the Musical, A Portrait of Love. This was a very loosely reality-based account of Leonardo da Vinci's creation of the Mona Lisa, and somehow, rather impressively, Duke Ming's convinced the government of Nauru to invest $5 million of their phosphate money to open this show on the prestigious West End in London. This 4-hour-long musical was a narrative disaster, and the reviews were scathing, but Duke Ming said the show must go on. The audience actually didn't disagree because there was no audience. Nobody was really coming, and Leonardo the Musical closed after a mere 5 weeks.
I mean, stupid, but $5 million isn't
the entire $5 million.
That's not that much for.
That was likely the worst use of Nauru's money, but nearly all the investments they made failed, and the trust was soon insolvent. They were out of money, and also by the early 1990s, out of phosphate.
That sucks.
They hit rock bottom. The mining destroyed about 80% of the island's land.
I like to imagine they're out there with bird feet, just trying to get the birds to shit again. You know what I'm saying? Just fucking stuffing seagulls with as much food as they can carry. Just praying, dude. Let's start this baby over. Let's get this fucking train back on track. Yeah, feeding laxatives. Importing ostriches and feeding them laxatives.
And leaving it with sharp limestone pinnacles, so all the population today lives on the coast. The island no longer has enough fertile land to grow enough food to feed its small population, or enough jobs to employ the whole island. It'd be easy to call Nauru foolish with how they wasted their money, but the government had zero experience on how to manage such levels of wealth. They relied on the experience of Western financial advisors who took advantage of them and wasted, embezzled, and mismanaged the trust. You can be sure, though, that Nauru will rise again.
Let's go, USA!
As in, the population will rise to higher elevation because the coast, which is most of the inhabitable land on the island, is going underwater due to climate change. They used to be swimming in cash, now they're just swimming. In the end, not all stories have happy endings. But if you want your story to have a happy ending, no, come on, that's just insensitive. But you know what's not insensitive? Skillshare's cultural diversity sensitive.
Okay. Well, interesting and a little sad, I guess. It's kind of like a lottery winner, you know, the lottery winner that blows it all. Okay, that gives us some background. So now we're back to Norway. Norway finds a fuck ton of phosphate, but they are not going to make the mistakes of the past. One, because Norway's already rich and knows how to handle their money, and two, no, that's it. That's it. They already this happened to them with oil, and they invested it well, and that's why Norway's doing really well. So let's see how they handle this.
There are many stories about exactly the opposite happening, and rapid economic growth becoming a country's long-term undoing. This could have happened to Norway on more than one occasion. Before the 1970s, Norway was not a particularly wealthy economy, especially by Western European or Scandinavian standards.
Broke.
It wasn't poor by any means, because it did benefit from being able to trade directly with some of the wealthiest economies in the world at the time, but it certainly wasn't rich, relying mostly on fishing as its largest domestic and export industry. That all changed though when in the late 1960s the country discovered large and exploitable oil and natural gas deposits in the North Sea. Production began in the early 1970s, operating primarily under Statoil, a company created by the Norwegian government for the purposes of extracting, refining, and selling the oil reserves that were discovered years earlier. Other private companies were allowed to operate in the fields as well, since a lot of them were responsible for the risky exploration work that found the deposits in the first place. But Norway mandated that the state must have 50% participation in every production license that was sold to private companies.
Smart.
The economic justification for this process was that the oil within the country's borders was the property of its people, so they are the ones that should be profiting from it.
Smart.
But without some kind of potential reward, no companies would take the risk to explore for even more oil and gas, which could potentially make those people even more money. This balanced approach also made the country very popular for other oil investments.
50-50, makes sense.
Statoil itself, which was later renamed Equinor, also went beyond just extracting and selling crude petroleum and natural gas because it also invested into refineries,
Ooh,
which
move the value
processed all of
chain.
these fossil fuels,
Move
made it
up the
possible to
value
sell directly
chain.
to consumers in Europe, which was at the time the second largest market in the world for energy after only North America. Today,
this is a problem that happens a lot with like African countries where they have natural resources, but they don't ever have their refineries there. And so they only get a fraction of what the, end value is because they just sell the raw material somewhere else and then someone else refines it and makes the big markup.
Country has so much oil refining capacity that it actually imports.
It actually happens in Australia too, yeah. Australia to China. A lot of Australian raw materials get imported right over to China, who then makes something out of them and then sells it. Yep. Crikey!
Even more crude petroleum from countries like Sweden and in the past Russia, because their facilities are so efficient and well managed that it's worth it to send unrefined oil there and then have them ship it or pipe it to end users. The money the Norwegian government has made from these natural resources is immense. While the total operation might be relatively small compared to major oil producers like the Gulf states, Russia, and even the USA, Norway has historically kept a remarkably high share of those revenues for itself and its people.
Interesting.
This is opposed to a lot of other countries where most of the money has gone.
It's actually much smaller than I thought. It's actually much smaller than I thought. I thought Norway was a bigger oil producer. Like, I would have thought it was in the top 10. But it's not.
Be relatively small compared to major oil producers like the Gulf states, Russia, and even the USA. Norway
13, below Mexico is interesting. That wasn't.
Has historically kept a remarkably high share of those revenues for itself and its people. This is opposed to a lot of other countries where most of the money has gone to benefit those natural resource companies, with the state and ultimately the people getting whatever is left over. Ahem. Norway, again, also had a bit of luck on their side here because they were a member of NATO and didn't have the same geopolitical struggles that a lot of other countries that discovered vast natural resources in the decades after the Cold War.
Right.
We are in the process of working with geopolitical experts to create a new channel that will address this stuff in much more detail with much more expertise and real-world experience, so stay tuned for that because that's all I can say about it for now. It also must be recognised that Norway has an incredibly small population, so any revenues are not going to be split thin.
Right.
Now, making sure that natural resource revenues actually go to the people instead of a handful of oil companies or well-connected politicians is just the first step in making sure that they're used responsibly to build a successful economy instead of being squandered and causing all kinds of problems. It's also, surprisingly, probably the easiest step.
They just made it a bit
Norway
fun,
did
right?
have some advantages here because when it found oil, it was already a robust democracy, and while it wasn't rich, it did have enough capital to create its own oil extraction infrastructure, where a lot of oil-rich countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, are going to be more dependent on a foreign entity to fund their extraction and therefore be more beholden to their demands. Despite its advantages,
China.
Norway still handled the rapid discovery of natural resources incredibly well, because there are dozens of other advanced and democratic countries that have let themselves be bullied by resource companies into giving away more than a fair share of their natural wealth. Again, not looking outwardly at any country in particular. Now, the hardest part was making sure that those revenues...
Oil production in Norway has gone down quite a bit in the last few years. Yeah, but I think they said themselves, I mean, like, now they can just transfer to phosphate, right? Assuming that it's even true. Like they didn't waste that boon, and now they're set up really well, and the country's very prosperous.
Went towards genuinely improving the economy. There have been a few strategies employed by various countries around the world to varying degrees of success in the past. Venezuela, for all of its problems, did effectively, at least initially, turn a lot of its oil revenues over to its people through generous social programs and low taxes. But this created a strange anomaly in the market and made the country very unstable because it turned into a political race of who could give away the most money. These problems were in some ways the cause of and were in turn heightened by sanctions imposed on the country as well. The US state of Alaska also does something similar by paying its residents a share of oil revenues every year and levying no state income taxes. Alaska has the advantage of being a US state, and it was already wealthy and politically stable, so these policies didn't radically reshape its economy like it did in Venezuela.
I have heard about the Alaskan
use their oil
fund.
revenues to fund lavish development projects with at least the supposed intention of encouraging the growth of tourism and international business operations in the country, which should, in theory, replace the oil industry when wells run dry or global demand for fossil fuels subsides. There is nothing inherently wrong with this kind of plan, although a lot of the countries pursuing this system have had transparency issues, where it has become difficult to tell if sometimes completely unchallenged leaders are investing money in
Saudi wealth, yeah. The Saudi wealth fund put money into, I mean, now it's all sports, but it was like, I mean, they invested into WeWork and a bunch of stupid shit. I I wonder how much of it is lost.
Into sports teams because they see it as a good long-term investment for their country's sports and tourism industry, or because they have practically unlimited money and just really like particular sports stars. This strategy also has the problem of just shifting natural resource benefits away from foreign oil companies and to any type of company, because a key part of the development strategies of places like the UAE, Qatar and Saudi Arabia has been very low or zero taxes on businesses and individuals. If these tax laws didn't exist, it's unlikely that a lot of businesses would bother to set up operations in these countries. And once oil revenues run out, it's unclear if these countries are going to be able to sustain this combination of high spending and low taxes.
So this is not Norway.
Norway took
what is Norway's approach?
Even today, its taxes on businesses, individuals, and economic activities like sales and owning land are all very high. Its national income tax rate seems low, but after including regional taxes and other levies, even non-exceptionally high earners can end up paying more than half of their income to the government.
Sheesh.
That's also not including sales taxes or value-added tax. And Norway has one of the highest rates for this in the world, taxing 25% of the purchase price of most goods, and in some cases even more for things like alcohol. Outwardly, it's also very hard to see where all of this money is going.
So where's it
Norwegian
going?
cities are fine, but pretty basic. There are no kilometre-high skyscrapers or man-made islands. And that's because, of course, as regular viewers of the channel will know, instead of directly giving their citizens money...
Well, they also only have 5 million people in the whole country. So you don't need... The reason you have skyscrapers is because there's a lot of people and a lot of land. If there was, you need to build these cities more vertical if you had more people, but you don't.
Or spending it on big flashy infrastructure projects, it instead takes all that money and puts it into a national savings account called a sovereign wealth fund. Today, the total value of the government pension fund of Norway is over $1.6 trillion, which is an almost 50% increase from when we explored this country as the first video ever on this channel, or at least the first one that's still around. That increase has been helped by inflation, which has obviously not been insignificant over the past 4 years, investment returns, which have also been very strong, and perhaps most importantly, because the invasion of Ukraine and the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline was a golden opportunity for Norway to become Europe's
So I read about this, and that's why I thought...
almost exclusive natural gas provider. $1.6 trillion works out to be
higher
almost
up.
$330,000 for every man, woman, and child who is a citizen of
Damn.
Norway. Which means if this fund was just directly handed over to everyone, Norwegians would be the richest people on the planet. Of course, that's not what the government does, and it doesn't directly spend it either, which has its advantages.
Well, it can compound.
Eventually, this money is taken out to fund public spending, but before that, it sits in the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and the clue to why that's important is in the name of the fund itself. The Government Pension Fund, or well, technically the Statens Pension Fund. Oh, sorry to any Norwegian speakers watching. Anyway, the pension fund is not actually to fund pensions, at least not exclusively. It's a fund to act as a pension when, just like someone can no longer work, Norway can no longer rely on oil revenues. It's for when oil retires, not the people. The idea is that there will be enough invested there to make up for the lost oil revenues.
Actually, I'm really interested in this video. I don't... This guy, what do I don't like the structure of this video. I like the information a lot. I'm actually really liking the video. No, I think you guys are... Whoever talked shit on this in the beginning, I thought all of your criticisms are actually dead wrong from what I've watched so far. But it doesn't... It dances around things too much. It milks it for... I think it's clearly milking it for ad revenue.
Investment revenues. And already they are pretty close. And that's the first big advantage. The state will eventually make even more money than it would if it had spent its oil revenues directly. Another advantage is the stability it gives the country. Natural resource-dependent economies often find themselves in a position where their economy can only be as good as the price of their export materials in international markets, which can fluctuate wildly on even an hourly basis, let alone the years and decades over which good economic planning should take place. By putting all of its revenues into a wealth fund, the Norwegian economy has effectively given itself a shock absorber to these wild swings. If oil prices are high and the country makes lots of revenues, it can put money into this fund, putting it on track to be independent of even needing those oil revenues at all in the future. If oil prices drop and revenue falls, then it can always dip into this fund to pay for services without taking on debt or otherwise disturbing economic functions. Thanks to its relatively high tax rates, it hasn't ever really needed to do this, but it gives the country a lot of security to know that it is possible. Those taxes also contribute to economic stability in less obvious ways as well. Taxes can be used to control an economy. If it needs a boost, governments can lower taxes, leaving more money for people to spend and invest, giving a helping hand to businesses and ultimately employment.
Okay.
If an economy is running a little bit too hot, and things like inflation or inequality are becoming a problem, then a government can raise taxes or adjust tax brackets to address these issues directly.
Sure.
If a government doesn't raise taxes because it can fund its expenditure through other revenue sources, then it gives up this control, which even the most libertarian economists tend to acknowledge is a major weakness. Beyond that, taxes also create something of a social contract between the government and its people. If people pay taxes, they naturally become more engaged with what their government is doing with their tax dollars. So things like corruption or government officials embezzling funds to enrich themselves become far.
This is the part that I don't like. I guess I don't like this in any video. I don't like this. This is a big thing on YouTube, and I don't like it. I don't like when they take... I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I just don't like that they take time to... constantly go over the basics.
Are more heavily scrutinized.
I want you to get to the point about Norway and the Sovereign Wealth Fund.
The model that Norway has used to collect and capitalise on its natural resource wealth has obviously been a winner, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's as easy as copying and pasting this strategy onto any country that discovers a massive reserve of natural resources. There may be no clearer demonstration of this fact than what Norway does with its newly discovered trillions.
Okay.
The discovery of the country's phosphate
Here we
reserves
are. We're here
has
at
the
the
potential
point.
to make North Sea oil and natural gas almost insignificant by comparison. For scale, the estimated value of these phosphate deposits is slightly greater than the value of oil reserves in Saudi Arabia at current global prices, where Norway is just one of dozens of major players.
This is, I mean, that's crazy. That is so much money just to Norway. I do wonder how they'll handle it. That is a level of wealth that can change things. I mean, if any country can handle it, though, it seems like they are so set up.
Plays in the fossil fuels market, a market that despite organised monopolies is still very competitive, Norway would be one of only 2 countries in the world to control the supply of phosphate. What's more is that while countries around the world try to shift away from fossil fuel dependency, demand for phosphate is probably only going to grow because it is a vital material that gets
for like
used
batteries
in a lot of
and
the very same products that the world is going to need to shift away from oil. Phosphate is refined and used in everything from high-performance batteries to solar panels, in addition to its primary use as a fertilizer to feed the world's 8 billion people. Before this discovery, phosphate only really existed in one other country.
What did Morocco do with it?
And its abundance of this natural resource made it of keen interest to a lot of major powers around the world that wanted to make sure that their economies could produce all of these phosphate-dependent technologies, and would potentially even prefer it if their global rivals couldn't. The EU, the USA, and China all classify phosphate as a strategically important material.
Phosphate
what
looks
that means
tasty.
is that just like rare earth metals and
Can I just say? I mean, that looks like that one right there looks fucking good. First to say it, first to admit it. That looks like delicious rock candy. Almost like a candied mango or something.
as a strategically important material. What that means is that just like rare earth metals and uranium, it can't be traded internationally to just anybody. Norway is not a member of the EU, but given this discovery, it is going to become a country of keen interest to most of the major economic powers in the world, which is just as much of an opportunity as it is a potential risk. The country that this is obviously worst for, though, is Morocco, which was not a wealthy country to begin with, and almost 25% of its total economic activity and international trade was centered around the export and processing of this one material.
They're not the only
Norway
cool
starts
person.
to extract and sell this material in bulk, it will inevitably drive prices down in international markets and offer a more stable, more business-friendly alternative to countries and companies that want a consistent supply of this highly coveted resource. This is great for Norway and the world, but that all unfortunately comes at the expense of Morocco.
Sorry, Morocco.
It's too early to say for sure yet, but the revenues from the extraction of this resource will likely also be directed into the government pension fund, which could conservatively triple its value over the coming decade, meaning every single Norwegian citizen would have $1 million indirectly invested on their behalf. It would be expected that such a massive boost to the country's economy would make national headlines, but in our...
What is the Norwegian... top holdings of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund? Is it public? Dude, the number one thing they own is Apple stock. Apple stock, Microsoft stock, Google stock, Nestle stock, Amazon stock. Berkshire, yeah, I mean, it's ASML. There you go. Novo Nordisk, TSMC. They're not holding NVIDIA. Get some NVIDIA in here. There it is. They got 38 million in NVIDIA. Nice. A little bit of Meta, a little bit of Samsung, a little bit of Alibaba. All the big ones. Coca-Cola. Funny to own Coca-Cola and Berkshire. 38 billion? Oh, sorry, billion. Yeah. What is funny is if this wealth fund triples, they would be such a controlling shareholder in so many companies. Because the scale of that wealth is so big that whoever they invest in, even passively, would give them such a level of control. I mean, imagine having $600 billion of Apple stock. You know, it's a $3 trillion company. You have almost a third of Apple. Oh, it's in fucking their fake currency. So what is this in dollars? $19 billion? So 20, so they'd have 60 billion. Still really high, but yeah, not controlling. But that's in Apple, the most liquid company on the earth. What about ownership percent? So they own 25% of Shaftesbury. Shaftesbury, I assume, a UK real estate company. They would own quite a bit of that, assuming they just tripled every holding. Interesting. A lot of real estate companies. This is like, is this the largest? I think it is the largest wealth fund. Damn. This is like the largest, most diversified wealth fund. That's insane. Yeah, number 2 is China Investment Corporation. Interesting. Saudi wealth fund is bigger? It's not what it says here, but maybe it's a different metric. Saudis is private. Yeah, that makes sense because it's very not transparent.
Research and consultation with locals in the country, we could only find 2 articles talking about the discovery at all, and one of them was mocking all of the other international news outlets for making such a big deal about natural resources. Now, the country's almost comical disregard for one of the largest natural resource discoveries per capita in history is in many ways down to something that a lot of economists, especially macroeconomists, tend to overlook: culture. Now, as much as we try and focus on hard data and well-defined market policies when studying economics, it's important to remember that economics is a social science that studies above all else how people interact with things of value. So it stands to reason that those people's values are very important, and Norway's economics is perhaps the greatest example of this in action. Norway, alongside the other Scandinavian countries, infamously have a very egalitarian culture that has in a lot of ways permeated into their economic systems. A lot of the economists and commentators will point out that Norway technically does not have a mandated minimum wage.
Wow,
but that's only
poor!
because workers' unions in the country are incredibly strong, and almost every worker earns a relatively high wage.
You heard it here first. Norwegian workers earn $0 an hour. They work for basically free.
The trade-off to that is that highly skilled workers don't earn very much compared to what they could make in other Western European countries, and especially in the USA, and that difference becomes even larger when considering taxes, which are higher in Norway. Norway definitely does not need to charge such high taxes to fund basic government functions, but they still do, because they want to offer services like free education, free healthcare, very strong welfare, and top-notch infrastructure spending. The government is also not shy about the fact that they use income taxes to directly control inequality.
Why would we want free education? Here's an education. Learn how to grustle. Why would we want free healthcare? Okay? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. It's just... Also, they're not even spending any of this money on a military. What the fuck? How many aircraft carriers you have, little bro?
Inequality. Low-income earners don't pay much, but high-income earners pay a lot. This culture of an active hand is clear in other areas of the economy as well. Perhaps somewhat ironically, Norway, for all of its fossil fuel production, actually gets a vast majority of its energy from hydroelectric power stations. This was a major investment compared to something like a natural gas power plant, which the country could easily power with its own domestic supply of fossil fuels. But the country made the investment anyway because they not only wanted to be environmentally friendly, within their borders at least, but if it wasn't already obvious, they want to set up an economy where they're not only not going to be impacted by the loss of their fossil fuel industry, they won't even realise when it's gone. Now, free high-quality education, funded by higher taxes, in a country with not many opportunities to earn an extremely high income, is something that we've seen before in a few other countries like Germany, Italy, and France, and it always created the problem of brain drain. There is nothing to stop Norwegian citizens getting a university degree fully funded and then moving to a country where they will earn much more, pay less tax, and likely have lower living expenses. One other trade-off to everybody being fairly well off is that everything is extremely expensive. A quick side note is that economists often use something called the Big Mac Index to roughly measure living expenses between different countries. The end cost of a Big Mac comprises local labour costs, food costs, transport costs, real estate costs, and taxes, so it's a surprisingly close comparison to a regular consumer price index calculation.
Finally, we're talking about something good. Okay? Big Macs. The best thing Norway has to offer. A tasty Big Mac at an appropriate price, I'm sure. Let's find out.
Which, instead of just taking one Big Mac, takes a long list of consumer goods and compares their costs to come up with living expenses. Anyway, Norway has the second most expensive Big Macs in the world, behind only Switzerland. So it is an expensive place to live. Now, with this high cost of living, high level of education, high taxes, and highly skilled population, it would be sensible to expect that Norway would have a major problem with brain drain. As in, as soon as the country has trained up its young workers, they just leave to go and make...
It is funny, though. America's like number 3. You know what I'm saying? And we don't have free healthcare. We don't have free education or free healthcare or unions. But we have $1 cheaper Big Mac, which is worth it, baby. Which is worth it. And we do have America. We do have aircraft carriers
in the world, behind only Switzerland. So it is an expensive place to live. Now, with this high cost of living, high level of education, high taxes, and highly skilled population, it would be sensible to expect that Norway would have a major problem with brain drain. As in, as soon as the country has trained up its young workers, they just leave to go and make more money elsewhere. Again, this is very similar to the problems faced in a lot of Western European countries. But in Norway, they don't leave. The country has one of the lowest rates of human flight in the world.
Everyone in the UK is getting the fuck out. Dude. The UK is like, get me the fuck out of here. Norway, they're chilling.
The country has one of the lowest rates of human flight in the world. The reason is simply culture. Norwegians could earn more, but they don't really need to. Of course, this is a generalisation, but they have everything provided to them in their country. They don't really value big, expensive luxuries, and workers are given a lot of freedoms that just can't be found elsewhere.
The
Most
holidays they have there
Norway
is
don't want
crazy.
to give that up just to earn some more money. Now, obviously, sociology is not our specialty here at EE, but everyone that we spoke to in Norway while working on this video spoke about the law of Junta, which is 10 rules that were initially created in a work of fiction to criticise homogenous society, but has become almost a rulebook for how to live in Norway.
I don't remember if this was Norway, but there's this legend or this story of a king. It's a Nordic king, but I don't know if it was Norway. I don't know if it was who like built this fucking gigantic ship, the biggest ship ever in the harbor. And then it was so big and so top heavy that the day it was supposed to sail out to sea, it tipped over. It tipped completely over and collapsed and crashed. And it was Sweden. Okay, it's Sweden. Yeah. And then they talk about it as like an idea of like, don't try to be Mr. Big Shot, you know? Don't try to think you're so far above other people. And it's real. No, I know. I think they left it in the harbor as like a reminder. It's on display in Stockholm. Cool. I'm going in March.
Now, while this has either been really nice or potentially dystopian, it has also meant that there has not been as much pressure on the government to ease taxes or disperse oil revenues as there would be in most other countries. So while again, what they have done in Norway has been highly successful, it wouldn't be that easy to replicate in most other countries, even those that are blessed enough to have trillions of dollars worth of natural resources to share amongst a tiny population. Okay, now it's time to put Norway, the country that seems to have everything going for it, on the Economics Explained national leaderboard. Starting as always with size, Norway has a GDP of $579 billion US, making it the 24th largest economy in the world, right between its regional peers, being slightly larger than Belgium and slightly smaller.
You know, if Bill Gates never sold a share of Microsoft, he would currently be worth $1.2 trillion. He sold it to like manage his own wealth, and he bought farmland and other companies. But actually, if he'd never sold a single share, he would be a trillionaire, which is insane. He'd be worth more than the GDP of Norway. He didn't have diamond hands. True.
Smaller than Sweden.
Paper hands Gates, we call
This is a
him.
major global economy, and it gets a 7 out of 10. That very respectable GDP is spread out over a very small population of just 5.4 million people.
Wait. Atrioc, you know how much Sweden fucked up? Norway wanted a share of Volvo, the car company, and we tried giving Sweden a part of the oil as an exchange. Thank God the Swedes said no. I mean, it's not like Sweden is fucking dying. Sweden's fine. But that is funny. They missed the chance. I mean, it's like all those stories of like Blockbuster passing up the chance to buy Netflix for $20 million. Yahoo could have bought Google for like, what, $3 million or something ridiculous? And then they get fucking...
Well, giving the country a GDP...
What did Spec say? A Spectacor said... Can't stay, but we're good for tomorrow. I think I'm going to play, tomorrow. I can't play a huge amount of time, but I'm definitely down for games tomorrow. What's the game called? Hidden Company?
GDP per capita of $106,100.
Lethal Company tomorrow, yeah.
That is the second highest per capita output of any country in the world, apart from Luxembourg and micronations like Monaco. The difference in Norway is that this number is entirely legitimate. In microstates, many workers live outside of the country and then commute in for a job before leaving to go back home at the end of the day. This is particularly common in places like Monaco, where someone serving coffee simply could not afford to live there. What this does is boost the country's output, the numerator in this equation, without actually increasing its population, the denominator, artificially making the people that live there look more productive than they really are.
Right.
Norway is a very large, very isolated country with very few people working there that would not be counted as full-time residents. So, accounting for that, the Norwegian people are the most productive on Earth. They would get a 10 out of 10 anyway, but it's important to emphasise that they really did legitimately earn it. Now, stability and confidence is also very strong. The country's social cohesion, robust democratic system, and intense focus on building a financial safety net with its immense sovereign wealth fund means that Norway is probably one of the safest economies in the world. It gets a 10 out of 10. Growth
All right, we get it, Norway.
Weaker metrics. It's not been immune.
Some fucking Norwegian in chat just soaking it in. Okay. Good. You found some oil. Good job. All right. Some of us had to invade other countries for our oil. We had to work for it.
From the general slowdown in Europe, which is its biggest export customer. A lot of this slow growth is also by design as well. If the government was really worried about growth, they could easily lower taxes and increase spending. They have the reserves to do it, but They also already have the most productive people on the planet, so if any country gets a pass for not growing rapidly over the last decade,
Yeah,
it's
why would you
Norway.
want to?
In total, it's sustained about a 2% growth rate over that time, with a dip in the middle and some rapid growth over the past 2 years. That trend is almost certainly going to continue as it starts to export phosphate, on top of increasing the production of natural gas to make up
Damn,
for
that
lost Russian
phosphate find
supply.
really is
But for now, it
clutch.
gets a 6 out of 10. Industry is interesting in Norway. A lot of countries have struggled to develop competitive industries outside of oil and natural gas because those exports dominate everything else. It's an issue so common that we've had to explore it in dozens of videos, but Norway doesn't have that same problem. Obviously, given that it's such a small country, it doesn't have any major world-shaping industries, apart from maybe phosphate production soon. Even still, it has still established incredible value-adding international services like shipping administration, sustainable fishery, and of course, it must be recognised, financial investment. The trillions of dollars they have invested around the world is getting put into developing other industries to make the world a richer place.
Right.
Norway gets an 8 out of 10 for industry, only
Pretty good.
missing out on getting anything higher because it's small size.
Is Maersk a Norwegian company? Danish. Danish.
Means that it struggles to be globally dominant in anything. Altogether, that gives Norway an average score of 8.2 out of 10, putting it up here on the leaderboard, just coming short of the top spots because of slower than average growth, which is likely to improve in the coming years, and that honestly, that country probably doesn't care
Get
too much
on,
about
Germany.
Anyway. Now, we have addressed a number of countries that took natural.
So all of that, I'm sorry, all of that, and you're not even at California's level. Get fucked! Okay? Get fucked, bro. There's like fucking 14 homeless people on my street, and we're higher ranked. Ireland higher than South Korea is insane. Yeah. Big A, have you heard of Pebble Beach Mine in Alaska? It's worth $500 billion, but can't be accessed yet for environmental reasons. I haven't heard of that. I thought Ireland was growing pretty fast. It's tough to separate Ireland's growth from inflated GDP from companies using it as pass-through for tax reasons. But my understanding is it is growing. Like, same as California in that sense. Well, not for tax reasons. I mean, California has high taxes. So the corporations, there are also big corporations in California that increase its GDP, but they are there because they have to be, not because they would prefer not to be, if anything. Did you do a video on the Federal Reserve's dive into Taylor Swift? I did not do that, no. Zombie Taco, thank you for the 4 months. I was going to stop subbing until I got a sexy Big A calendar in the mail. Keep up the good work. I didn't make nor send a sexy Big A calendar, so whoever gave that to you really wanted your sub to continue. Mimji, thank you for the 7 months. Currybo, thank you for the 18 months. Sir Glizzyans, thank you for the prime. Tyno, come on, thank you for the prime. Jay Burks, thank you for the 2 months. I am going to be playing some Outer Wilds here in a bit, but we haven't even got to my normal stream starting time. I'm just watching stuff. I have an interview with Meta on Monday. Can you bless it, please? Okay. Here is... Okay. I got you Zuckerberg and the Pope. By their powers combined, we are going to pray, pray, pray that you get this job. Lord above, please give... What was your username? Your name is Oppenheimer's Fat Glock. Please give Oppenheimer's Fat Glock a chance to work at Meta, helping confuse and enrage the boomers of this great country on Facebook with endless delusions of fake news, memes, and videos that light up the neurons in their brain so that he can make money. Again, Lord, let Oppenheimer's Fat Glock also weaponize teen insecurities and depression on Instagram to make money selling advertisements. And finally, Lord above, let Oppenheimer's Fat Glock make money. Trying to push VR 5 years too early because Zuckerberg thought it was cool. Oh, Lord. Okay. Now we all say praise, amen. And hopefully that job goes through. Never go Fang, LOL. It's pretty stupid advice, right? Like the highest paying companies in the world. Never. In nobody's situation should you ever go to any of the highest paying tech companies in the world. Hey, Big A, just lost the keys to my house. Do you know where it is? Oh, I'm sorry. I actually foreclosed on your house. Yeah, I bought your mortgage out from the bank, ninja style, and I foreclosed on it. I thought it'd be a fun prank. You know, I thought chat would think it was hilarious because I got, you know, you guys are always saying that you're doing glizzy hands or whatever. Then I go, bought your house. You know, I think that's kind of cool. Hey, Big A, I got a very good educational video. Every law broken in house. This is an 11-minute video with 45 views. I'm not going to watch this. Thank you for creating it, though. Ads of Cyberpunk? No, I don't think so. I am looking for. Let me actually just open. What is it? Is the website working? I found that to be interesting, to be quite honest. Especially the massive phosphate finding in Norway. I think it's gonna be interesting to watch that play out over our next decade. Muddled. It doesn't work. I think the website's down. So you're gonna have to just drop me links unless wait a minute. Did I just save it? It's truck. If Zuckerberg has the voting stock within Meta, could he appoint himself a position with a pay of 100 million or whatever? Yes. Yeah. Zuckerberg has complete voting control over Meta and therefore could make him do whatever they want. He gets some pushback, and the most of his wealth comes from Meta stock going up. So paying himself a salary, which will get highly taxed, is not the most tax efficient way for him to get rich. What he has been doing is selling shares. Zuckerberg has been selling like 80,000 shares of Meta a day. Something ridiculous. Something like, selling Meta every day. Zuckerberg sold Facebook stock every weekday last year for 11 months straight. Yeah, $4.5 billion worth. Not enough to change his ownership percentage, but yeah, he's been selling a lot. Paper hands? Facts. Facts. Okay. Wait. Connect. Connected. Oh my God, it works. It fucking works. Get Smarter Saturdays, baby. Oh, it's a huge tuna fish. Wait, that's kind of cool. A 600-pound tuna fish sells for $3 million. Wait, I kind of want to see. I kind of want to see this. I'm fascinated.
This bluefin tuna is 363 pounds. It's known as the king of sushi in Japan for its color and texture.
Dude, look at that.
Some of the highest quality bluefin are auctioned for
so
millions
tasty.
of dollars at the Toyosu market in Tokyo. At almost 4 million.
Guys, you all want to all pitch in and we can see if we can split one? Are we in a tuna arc? A little bit, yeah. Let's just have a big A meetup and we all just split a fucking raw $3 million bluefin tuna. Till we're stuffed, you know?
Million square feet, the market is a one-stop shop for fish from all over the world. Here, tuna is sliced, packaged, and sold to high-end clientele and grocery stores alike. But before it's sold, experts must first bid on the top-tier tuna, which can go for millions. In 2019, a Japanese restaurant chain paid over $3 million for a 612.
What I don't understand is how we don't overfish these tuna out of existence. Like, they're just big fucking tuna. We have technology to catch them super easily. There's so much money in it. How do they even have time to grow this big? Why don't they just get nabbed instantly? We do? Let's see. Are bluefin tuna endangered? Okay, it is overfished. But in 2022, there's been a bounce back. Bluefin tuna populations have declined severely from overfishing and illegal fishing. Okay, well okay, yeah. All right, well that tracks. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Pound tuna.
Yeah, my first thought was like, okay, if there's this much money in it, why haven't all of these things been overfished? And the answer is they have. Okay, cool.
And at the center of this action are expert tuna scouters like
But it sounds like it's bouncing back in 2022.
He's a Naka Aroshi, or intermediate wholesaler. His job is to select the best tuna from around the world for his customers. But the future of Takayuki's job is in jeopardy. The population of bluefin tuna is down 97% over the last decade, which means there
I should just wait. Dude, I should wait when I ask these questions.
will be less of a need for Naka
I should just wait.
Orochi like Takayuki.
97%?
私がこれから10年後、20年後、30年後にその時にマグロがなくなってしまうんじゃないかな。
Takayuki has been a Naka Aroshi for 30 years.
Damn, that looks so fucking tasty right there. Nom, 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 nom. I've been on such a fucking salmon and tuna kick lately. That looks fucking good.
ですね、先代の祖父が、創業したお店で。
For him, work starts at 4:30 a.m. At Toyosu Market, there's no such thing as a normal business day. Octopus and squid arrive a day earlier. Fresh fish like horse mackerel and sardines come in before midnight. And truckloads of tuna are dropped off every hour.
取扱量としては水産物は1日約、1400トン弱、それから金額にすると、14億程度ですね。
I just saw, we watched with Vic and Brandon who were here, the new, one of the new Rick and Morty episodes. It's a very high IQ. What I'm about to tell you, it requires a very high IQ, so pay attention. They got rid of Justin Roiland, and now it's new voices, but you literally can't tell the difference. I could not tell the difference, to me, at least to me, untrained eye. So we watched this high IQ episode of New Rick and Morty, and in the episode, it was a crazy premise. It was they go to a planet where if you kill yourself, you turn into spaghetti, really tasty spaghetti. And like that is an insane premise, but they played it in an interesting way. So they Eventually, other planets find out that the spaghetti is so tasty, and there becomes like like they're like constantly broadcasting depressing things in that country, and they cloud the air and make the sky gray to like make everyone want to kill themselves so that they get more spaghetti. And it creates this crazy spaghetti fucking factory system where the whole planet's in on it. And then to try and stop that from happening, like Rick, by the way, Rick, very much like me, you know, kind of a scientist, really a rebel scientist, intelligent, high IQ. Rick creates a clone of them that has no brain or head or arms or legs, just a brainstem and a torso with one hand that can slice its head or its heart open. And so they just start factory farming these disgusting clones that kill themselves instantly to make spaghetti. It was a crazy, I mean, it went in a really dark, interesting direction. They really pushed it to its limit. It was very, I was just surprised they got that made on Comedy Central. But yeah, it reminded me of these endless fucking torsos of tuna.
Almost $13 million. And tuna is the market's most popular product. Each day, the fish make their way from the boat decks to the auction floor. But it's more than just the type of tuna you find in a can. There's big eye tuna, ideal for sushi and sashimi, yellowfin tuna, perfect for grilling at restaurants due to its high fat content. But most bidders are here for the bluefin. Between 3 and 5 a.m., wholesale employees lay out tuna one by one. Bidders like Takayuki have about 15 minutes to evaluate dozens of fresh tuna before the auction begins. Sushi restaurants, supermarkets,
so it's an auction
and
every day,
stores all depend on Nakaeroshi like him. Takayuki looks at the quality and cost.
僕はですね、もう本当に見た目ですね、その一瞬のフィーリングというか直感を信じて、
That's such an interesting job.
魚を選んでます。基本は、皆さんやってる通りのことがあって、まず尾っぽ、尻尾の部分が切れてるので、そこの断面、あと腹。
You're like a fish vibe guy. Professionally, you have to sum up the vibe of this tasty fish instantly, which is interesting. Imagine having a tuna sensor superpower. Yeah, I guess you could get quite wealthy if somehow you were the person who was best at identifying the tastiest tuna at a lower cost.
お腹の部分がですね、裂いてあるので、そこを見て腹の内側の部分を。
I wonder how long I could do this job before they figured out I didn't know what I was talking about. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, they're all just fucking tuna. I could be like, yeah, that one's good. That one's good. Bid on that one, and that one. I feel like I could go a long time. Assuming I can speak Japanese, otherwise. The dude taking a little bite. Yeah, oh yeah, that's good tuna right there. But eventually you just learn. I wouldn't want to.
Any sort of nick or flesh wound can lower the price by thousands of dollars. When tuna is reeled in, it can wriggle and writhe, causing a chemical reaction in the muscles. The movement speeds up decomposition and makes tuna sour, soggy, and less tasty.
品質が 100% のものが 30%、20% にまで落ちてしまうんですけど、そうなることが僕は一番の資源の無駄遣いだと考えているんです。
So the tuna needs to die happy.
When the bell rings, the bidding begins.
VR for tuna.
A range of hand signals known as teari are used to place bids. An index finger for 1 and 2 fingers for 2. But whether that's 1,100 yen a pound or 12,000 depends on the type of fish being auctioned. In just 10 minutes, the auction's over and winning bidders claim their prizes.
I had some sashimi tuna in Japan, and it was fucking great. So this all tracks to me that they have taken a good system. I kind of I want some sushi right now, to be honest.
マグロ本体がですね、そんなに大きくないんですよ。103キロっていうマグロだったんで、 トータル金額にすると、軽自動車ぐらいの価格ですね。
The tuna then makes its way from the auction floor to the intermediate wholesale building for filleting. Toyosu keeps the temperature between 50.9 and 77 degrees Fahrenheit to slow decomposition. Wholesalers also rely on a fleet of small trucks known as tare. They zip through winding corridors to minimize how long the fish are exposed to air.
やっぱり魚がまず空気に触れることが、品質劣化のまず第一なんですね。それが空気に触れさせないようになるべく必要以上のものは下ろさない、さばかない。
The Ishiji team works as a unit to move the heavy tuna onto the cutting table. To prepare the tuna for cutting, first they wash it, then remove the ice.
Oh, it's filled with ice.
細かくやんないで、今みたいにそれシューってやるのを何回かやった方がいいよ。
I'm surprised it's all done by hand.
叩ける人がいないって言ったのサイズ。自分が選んだマグロがその通りだったかどうかっていうのは、やっぱり魚をさばいてた時に初め。
Oh, so they'd figure me out instantly. If I pick a bad tuna, they're gonna dice it up in 15 minutes and realize that I picked the wrong one. I picked the shitty one. Okay. All right. So this job is not for me. Okay, I understood.
さばいてた時に初めて、合ってたんだ、間違ってたんだっていうのが分かりますね。それまではやっぱり分からないので、すごく不安はあります、今でも。
Most of Takayuki's high-end customers care about two things when it comes to raw bluefin tuna: color and taste.
色がいいとやっぱりどうしても味が薄くて。
The better color has a weaker taste.
味がいいと逆に色はいいんですけど、色持ちが悪いんですよ。僕が例えば一般の方が見学とか、お見えになって、味見させてあげるんです。で、皆さん、大概がですね。
Wait, so if it looks really delicious like this, it's not as tasty? Because that looks fucking good. I feel like that fresh pink tuna looks... That's a watermelon? It's still good, just not as good. Interesting. So you really, you should get a one that is actually tasty and then just dye it pink. Because I feel like this is what makes my taste buds active. This looks like really tastier.
醤油つけなくても美味しいねって言っていただけることが多いですね。
It's then brought inside the shop where it's divided and filleted. Customers show up early to get the first pick.
どの辺がご希望ですか？場所どの辺でも構わないんで。真ん中辺で、はい。2.9。これは腹紙って、マグロの部位の中で一番高価な部分ですね。
Not a single part of the tuna is wasted, even its eyes.
私どもの、お客様、顧客にはですね、主にそういう、ミシュラン。
Customers have relied on the market's high-quality fish products for decades. Before the market moved to its new location and was renamed Toyosu, it was known as the Tsukiji market.
築地はですね、約80年以上も前にできた市場でして、その築地市場ができた時は荷物の輸送が鉄道だ。
All right, man, I think I got this. I don't need to hear the history of the market. That's fucking interesting, though. Let me see. Oh, look at that.
漁獲量っていうのもおのずと上がってくるわけなんですが、やっぱあんだけの魚、魚体のものです。大きなものです。あそこに育つまでに何年もかかるわけです。
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
ここ数年でですね。
Yeah, like if you catch them so fast, then they don't get to grow super big and get that real fucking.
しまったら、やっぱり数量は減ってしまうし、これからですね、どれぐらいそれが継続できるのかっていうのはすごく不安が。
He's a vacuum.
Japan has since placed a quota on the number of bluefin tuna caught, but it's a double-edged sword for wholesalers like Takayuki.
それはもう実際の毎日日々の。
Yeah. Also, doesn't a fishing quota make like illegal fishermen and poachers or whatever more profitable? Like, doesn't that just like increase the black market? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting.
生活はすごく苦しいです。それで漁獲枠が決まってしまったので、魚がその場所にいてももう取れなくなるんで、豊洲に入ってこないんですよ。これは長い目で見ればこの方がいいんだって自分にふうに思ってますし、最後までマグロ屋でいたいですね。死ぬまで。
That's cool. That's really cool. That's pretty fascinating, actually. I knew so much less about tuna a few days ago. An overtly long and dumb analysis of Bloons Tower Defense 6 war crimes. Todd Howard breaks down his video game career. This is 10 days ago? I don't know if I want to watch this.
Love him or hate him.
I don't know if I want to watch this. Todd Howard. Marketing a game to success. And they use Fortnite as the example. U.S. military costs so much. Oh, this could be funny. The last one was pretty funny. The company that broke Canada. 1 hour, 28 minutes. Who's watching an hour and 20 minutes about Canada? The problem with Souls-like. We do this every time. We can't do it. We can't do another video about Souls-likes. We have watched a Souls-like video every fucking React session for the past, 6 months. And they always say the same thing, and we always generally agree. But it's like, okay, I get it. I cannot do another one. Sekiro's parry and the other. This is exactly the same fucking thing. Dude, how many people are gonna say the same thing in slightly different ways about fucking Souls likes? Christmas Duck Song. NBA Superstars Battle in Rap Cypher. David Blaine Paradox, Legend or Liar? I mean, he's not really magic. He can't actually fly, if that's what but he's not a liar. I mean, he's a magician. I think that's fine. He floated Shaq. Australia's huge mistake of selling all their water. I could have told you that, Australia. I could have said, you could have asked me, I would have said, don't sell all your water. Step 1. Keep a little bit. You want to drink it. Keep a little. It's pretty short. You can take a look at it.
$10 can buy a lot of things. You can buy this pillow. You can buy a sandwich.
Okay.
You can buy
Yum.
Worse sandwiches.
Okay, I just realized I'm very hungry and it's coloring all of my reaction. That's why I'm picking the bluefin tuna thing. I'm actually just really fucking hungry. So I need to get a little bit of fucking fish or something. Yeah, I'm going to just reorder this bad boy. Get some. There it is. And we'll just get that right on there and then close it. Okay, good.
Or, if you want, you can buy this much of Australia's Murray River. It's
Oh,
one
nice.
of the few bodies of water on Earth that you can actually buy. You can't buy the water in the Mississippi River or the Pacific Ocean or my bathtub, but you can buy pretty much any of the water in Australia. Is that a good thing? Read the title. But before we get to that, let's explain why and how Australia sold all of their water in the first place. Owning water works differently in pretty much every country. Normally, which is American for in the United States and probably Canada, water ownership is determined using a system called riparian water rights.
What does that mean?
That means that water is generally considered a public good, asterisk, 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 and it's treated like air or sunlight. It can't be owned by anyone, including the government. If water happens to flow through your property, you're allowed to do whatever you want with it. You can swim in it, you can grow crops with it, you can make sweet tea with it, and you can do that even if the CDC says you shouldn't make sweet tea with river water. But
Interesting.
basically, water is tied to the land that it's on. If you want to control the water, you have to own the land. That's more or less how it works in a lot of countries, and Australia was one of them.
But okay, that There obviously has to be asterisks on that, because if a river runs through my backyard, I can't set up a fucking factory dumping shit in it and ruin the river for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I can't. It's not. There's got to be some fucking connections to other people's. I do that all the time. Oh, interesting.
The only
Who's going to stop me from shitting in the pond? Yeah, I don't consider you shitting in the pond a factory unless you are constantly hunched over your pond, eating and shitting nonstop.
Problem was, they didn't always have enough water to go around. So, in the early 1980s, Australians were looking for a way to ensure that the country's water was being used as efficiently as possible, and the South Australian government thought, well, what's more efficient than free market capitalism? The answer is a lot of things, but those things require a lot of work and critical thinking, so they just went ahead and created the world's very first water market instead. Here's how it works. Instead of being a public good, every drop of water in Australia would now be owned by somebody. If a river flows through your property, that water might be owned by someone else. Probably it's owned by a lot of different people.
Okay.
Water is purchased and traded using something called water entitlements, which essentially give you ownership over a certain amount of water from a certain source, like a river or dam. Now, theoretically, this is a good idea. Asterisks, asterisks, asterisks. Let me lay out a basic scenario here, which was probably more or less what the market designers were imagining would happen when they wrote this into law. I have a farm over here raising kangaroos, and Brian from Real Engineering has a farm on the other side of the river growing barley. This year, the price of kangaroos is down and the price of barley is up. I realized that I can make more money this year by selling my farm's water to Brian and letting my kangaroos die in a brush fire. This is a good thing because the water has been officially allocated away from low-value resources like my kangaroos, which are basically just rats that do CrossFit, and towards high-value resources like Brian's barley, which is a necessary component of grape nuts.
Sure.
And sure enough, the economists were right. Under this new system of water trading, Australia can make about 12% more money with the same amount of water. The only problem is, well, actually there are lots of problems. You see, most of the people buying Australia's water don't actually want water, they want, you guessed it, the fleeting sense of satisfaction derived from accumulating material wealth, or to put it less annoyingly, money. After all, a water market is still a market, and it's gonna be treated like one, a fact that seems so painfully obvious that
Right. So they're just buying it as a speculative asset to make it go up?
I shouldn't have to type it into a script, but apparently it didn't occur to Australia when they invented it. They assumed that it would be this small, informal thing among Australian farmers where they kind of just move some water back and forth sometimes, but of course it ended up being not that. Outside investors realized that Australia's water could be treated like a stock, purchased when the water is cheap and sold for a higher price to make a profit. If you think about that for more than like 5 seconds, you'll realize that a really big brain move would be to buy up as much of Australia's incredibly limited water supply as you can, sit on it until the water situation gets even worse, and then sell it back to people in Australia who actually need water, which is everyone. This kind of speculation is like a little bad when you're trading tiny slivers of GameStop, but it's a lot bad when you're trading an entire continent's drinkable water, because then you might accidentally cause a drought or a million dead fish, or a situation where people are being forced to drink mysterious green slime that eats their brains and leaves them permanently disabled.
Okay.
Now, theoretically, the government can correct for this by...
That explains Australians, by the way. They've been drinking this water. That explains my Australian chatters, okay? They've had to fucking drink sludge that eats their brains. That's where the slang comes from. Okay.
Now, theoretically, the government can correct for this by buying back water and preserving it for the environment, which, to their credit, they have at least tried to do. But regulating this market assumes that Australia's water can be easily tracked and accounted for, like any other financial asset. Unfortunately, it's not like water just magically flies out of rivers and dams up into the air and rains down on someone's... Oh, wait, it does do that. Here's the other problem with this whole water market thing. You can own part of a river, but no one really owns the rain. So you might have water entitlements to take a certain amount of water out of a certain river, but that's not the only way you can get possession of water. If extra water rains down onto your property, you're not stealing someone else's water from the river because it's not in the river yet, and now you have a pretty good reason to make sure that water is never in the river. So all of a sudden, a whole bunch of farmers have started doing something called floodplain harvesting, which is basically where you harvest flood from a plain. Instead of letting precious rainwater drain back into the rivers will be wasted on sustaining life or whatever, farmers now have every incentive to collect all of the water, let it sit in giant on-site dams, and auction it off to some guy in Canada who wants to
that's
buy
insane.
a ton of moose. So now, instead of being used to grow more food, Australia's extremely limited water supply is just getting funneled into useless containers and used for nothing instead. The free market wins again. Now, if you want to buy some of Australia's precious drinking water, you're going to need some money first. But Sam, you're saying, I don't have any money because I keep spending hundreds of dollars a year on an overpriced streaming service that don't even enrich my mind. Well, boy, do I have a...
No, is that it? That was interesting. Australia. I like that video because it was 6 minutes. They just covered the topic. He didn't give me a history of Australia. That video could have used 20 minutes about the history of Australia and the history of water. Where did water come from? What is water? Can you, let's see, movie stars becoming brands, the Bionicle story. Duck Bricks did an internal financial report from 2001 in-depth analysis. I'm interested, but I don't know if I can watch a 26-minute video breaking down a 2001 financial report from Bionicle. I just don't think I can do that, Duck Bricks. Let's check out the beginning.
Thanks for tuning into
I'm not going to watch this whole video. I'm telling you ahead of time.
Duck Bricks. I'm Chris, and today we are going to be taking a look at one of the most interesting development documents of LEGO Bionicle, never seen before until now. This is the Bionicle story. So what is this document? Well, I think the best way to describe this is that, let's say you're working on a job. I'm a program manager at Microsoft, so I've sent out a lot of emails that celebrate the launch of a new project and basically hype it up and say how good it's doing, how good it's selling. This feels and reads a lot like that. I haven't read it, but I did skim it, so I know what to talk about in the intro. And there is a lot of talk, very interesting talk in data analysis, on how well Bionicle performed compared to other LEGO themes, how well it was doing in particular markets. So it was like 20% of the Europe market, and then like 10% of Asia Pac. Europe North is 13%. It's a lot of crazy information here. And this is basically, from what I understand, an internal document explaining to stakeholders in LEGO, business stakeholders, what Bionicle was, why it was made, how successful it was monetarily, and what were their plans moving forwards into 2002. So this is a document that originated
like an internal corporate email about the Bionicle launch.
Near the end of 2001, which
how did he get this is the real question. That's an incredible get.
Kind of summarized how well Bionicle did as a major product launch. This is the kind of internal document that is crazy to me. That is so interesting that never ever sees the light of day. Like, you will never see something like this be published anywhere except for the fact that Christian Faber...
So, I mean, I used to write documents like this about at NVIDIA, like around launches. You know, how did our launch do? How many people responded to it? What was the... and so it's just, it's funny. Can we see them? No, that's the thing, is because I don't get to keep them. It's not like I get to... I was surprised he got this. Like, an employee would have to have kept this, held on to it, and then...
actually gave me 2 copies and told me to actually do a video going over them. So, first of all, thank you so much to Christian Faber for taking us out and actually showing us all these documents. I have made a series of videos, which you can find an entire playlist for linked in the description below, about our journey, about him giving us a tour around Copenhagen, about original Bionicle style guide documents, about original Bionicle story Bible.
Bro, Duck Bricks is the fucking Indiana Jones of LEGO. He just travels the fucking world finding rare LEGO shit. It's actually awesome, dude. He's got such an interesting...
And this is just one more that I find to be really interesting. And as always, I'll be reading this and reacting to it pretty much at the same time during the video as you all will be. I've done my best not to read these in detail before actually doing videos on them, so we can kind of experience it together. And without further ado,
okay,
let's jump in.
I'm not
to
going to watch the whole
Bionicle
thing, but I
story,
want to
which
watch the beginning. I just
actually
want to
has
see.
little to do with the lore of Bionicle and a lot to do with the financial success of Bionicle, because that's a story that LEGO likes. Okay, so here is the document we are looking at today. It is called The Bionicle Story. From what I can gather, this was an internal document within the LEGO group that was basically given out to employees that explained how Bionicle was impactful. I assume this was also given out to stakeholders. It's a little bit more, I would say, professionally put together than a lot of the other documents that we're going to see, which are purely internal, just within the internal team. This seems to be something that the marketing team or the sales team put together to basically just explain what Bionicle was and what they were planning on doing with it in the future.
I'm skipping
and as such,
ahead.
this kind of goes over
The origins of Bionicle. In 1997, LEGO Company established a project group to examine developing a product aimed at physically active boys whose attention span is somewhat shorter than that of our traditional consumers. Little ADHD kids. That's funny. Priced within reach of pocket money. Make the creative building values relevant to this segment of active boys by reducing building complexity. Because they were fucking easier to build, huh? They called them Slicer. The original thing was fucking Slicer, dude. That's so late 90s. That's such a funny, like, then they made Robo Riders.
over the origins of Bionicle, how it came to Bionicle. There's a lot of interesting, like, I'm kind of really only reading this in depth.
I want to skip to interesting parts. Okay, I'm gonna just
story that was owned by the LEGO Group, where it was an integral part, and
okay. Develop a story. Yeah, create a story in which LEGO products play the primary role. That was smart. An epic story with a lifespan of at least 5 years and new chapters. Damn, this all was like planned from the beginning and it worked, huh?
They actually literally, there you can see, I did not know construction was being used this early, but construction heroes was literally the term that was used here, which is very, very interesting to see them actually use that word as early as 2001. And then they have these bullet points here. So they said lifespan of at least 5 years and add a new chapter every year. So I think
develop Bionicle into an IP. Yeah, they fucking did this.
Is year. Now LEGO does shit strongly.
The MCU could never, dude. This is so far ahead of the game. Storytelling is universally appealing to children. But stories are intangible. It's through playing with LEGO products the story materializes, and children can physically play and work with the story, as well as build their own stories. Interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, wait. For boys aged 7 to 12, Bionicle is the only collectible line of action heroes that combines a building experience from LEGO with a continually evolving fantasy story. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, nobody else has the building experience from LEGO. You really created your own category there. That, yeah, I guess you are the only one that has that because you are the LEGO company. Did they ever make watches is a key thing here? They never made Bionicle parks. Bionicle music made a solid contribution to LEGO Company's profitability. They did 10% of LEGO Company's total turnover. 85% higher sales than originally budgeted. Pog. Big in Eastern Europe and the Americas. Okay. Let's see. Oh, look at this. Sales performance compared to historical bestsellers. Lego Life on Mars, Adventurers, and then Bionicle and Bionicle 2002. Way bigger. That's actually kind of crazy. I mean, obviously, I'm assuming these are still way smaller than Star Wars and the other license because it says non-licensing. But for like their own self-created IP, that's a fucking massive increase. It's actually really smart. That's actually really smart because I assume Lego is making their own stuff and selling kind of some, but their big sales come from licensing, the big IP. And then they realize if they make their own and get kids invested in it, they can make a huge fucking, take that big pie for themselves.
Of information that we.
That's smart. That's really smart. The average age of Bionicle consumers is 10 and 8 years respectively. Or you could be in your 30s watching on Twitch. That's also a big chunk of their audience. Watching 9-hour lore VODs. Bionicle beat G.I. Joe, Wrestling, and Gundam, but didn't quite beat Power Rangers. Get fucked over. Do you think that Bionicle makes Lego more talked about? Yes. More cool? Yes. More popular? Yes. More fun? Yes. More for kids like me. That's interesting. How cool is Bionicle? Bionicle is more cool than my favorite toy. That's funny. Wicked. Story, product, market. This is such a useless pyramid. Okay, but I mean, I get it. All right. They definitely did lean into this, though. I mean, like, they made the story include new villains, and then they would market them as cool. And this, I mean, and then it's all a team. Okay.
Attractive, and it was not possible, not and drip feed.
That's interesting. Buzz of the toy industry. Duck Bricks, I'm so glad you found that. I'm glad, I kind of went through fast, but that's fucking sick. When he said he would only look at the intro, I skipped through to find all the parts I was interested in. I actually found it interesting. What about we role played the end of the world with 40,000 or 4,000 other people? China's stagnating economy. What else do we have? The 1908 auto race from New York to Paris. The myth of productivity. What is gonna get us smarter? What is gonna get us... A 3-hour video on the history of balloons. I really should use this. I need to use a monkey expression for the Popathon video. The Popathon video is almost at 1 million views, but its thumbnail doesn't really work. I think if I switched it slightly, I could change it. I need to. The Tuna King. Watch 5 more tuna videos. How one guy bankrupted one of England's oldest banks. I think we watched this. He made like a really fucking stupid trade. I think we watched this. China's fundamental economic problem. Demographics, I assume is what they're saying. Cyberpunk 2077 in a world of ads. Interesting. The hunt for Russia's most successful credit card thief. What is something that we're really going to be? Video game director answers questions from Twitter. What is his credentials? That could be, it's got a lot of views. Has anyone seen this? Is this a good video? It's okay. I think I've learned a good amount already today. I want Germany's insane mega projects. No. He said he was the best shooter in the world, so they made him prove it. I do like Jimmy High Roller. How's this video? Fuck it.
You know, I'm not the smartest guy in the world. In fact, far from it. Most days, I'd say I probably fall somewhere between competent and incoherent. But despite my painfully average intelligence, I am still smart enough to know at least one thing is for certain. I am not better at basketball than an NBA player. Any of them. Literally nothing I can do with a basketball in my hands is up to par with a single player in the NBA. But this isn't breaking news. By now, we all know this.
I mean, Stans does not know this. I just want you to know that Stans is still pretty convinced that if he were just given a stronger body, that he would have what it takes.
Except this guy. This is Anthony Miracola, and he claims to be the best shooter in the entire world. And it's a self-proclaimed title that he has earned by breaking several basketball shooting world records. Anthony's good, really good. But to find out the harrowing truth that he is not better than an NBA player, he got invited onto national television to have a shootout against an NBA player. The outcome of this shootout? Worse than you could imagine.
Oh, I might have to take this off.
Oh, no.
Do you think you are the greatest pure shooter of all time? Just straight shooting?
Yeah.
Ever? Yes?
No, dude. Oh, Steph would cook him.
Today's video is sponsored by DraftKings. The weather might be cooling down, but the action on the field is heating up, and DraftKings...
Gambling, gambling, gambling. Ding, 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 ding. Get it twisted. You will make money. Let's go, baby. Sports are better with gambling. Dude, he probably got paid so fucking much for this. Holy moly. Given his views and his audience tying in with this, so, oh my God, this must be a sponsorship dream.
Devin Booker, the young cat from Phoenix.
In 2018, Devin Booker set a three-point contest record with a...
Taking gambling sponsors boo. Dude, you cannot blame him when the sport that he's covering is also doing it. When the NBA gave in and started putting gambling in every fucking... I'm not going to fucking hold him to a higher moral standard than the fucking thing he's covering. At some point, for decades, they didn't have all of this stuff built into the sport. But once they started profiting off it, they realized it was fucking cash money, and they overwhelmed it with it. And so I'm not going to hold a fucking YouTuber. Of course you can. You can if you want to. I don't. I think it's stupid. I think it's like a weird, fucking weird high horse. You're also consuming the NBA content. Like, you probably watch the NBA. So now you're holding the YouTuber that you know to a different standard than the content that you're consuming. It's ridiculous. It's like it's a weird holier than thou attitude.
The score of 28 in the final round of the contest, taking home the trophy with his name forever etched into NBA history. A performance where he hit 80% of his shots, only missing 5 out of 25. Under this format, where the highest score possible is 34, Booker put on a three-point clinic that even shooters like Stephen Curry and Klay Thompson couldn't keep up with. And 4 years later, he still holds this incredible three-point shooting record. Until the greatest shooter alive, Anthony Miracola, broke it in 2022 with a score of 31. At last year's three-point open high-stakes contest in Pennsylvania, Anthony put on one of the most absurd displays of shooting you'll ever see, winning the contest and taking home a $100,000 cash prize. Look at this. The man doesn't miss. I mean, Anthony did have an extra 10 seconds compared to the NBA contestants, and he was shooting from the college three-point line, which is 2 feet closer. and he had 9 warm-up shots before beginning this record-breaking round. And, well, of course, this performance didn't take place in an NBA three-point contest. But a record is a record, and as the world's best shooter, Anthony's got a lot of them. Over the last decade, Anthony has been slowly taking down nearly every basketball shooting record available, and possibly some that are not. Most three-pointers made in a minute, 31. Most three-pointers made in 3 minutes, 93. Most free throws made in 1 minute, 67. That's more than a free throw made per second.
Okay, so I mean, he is really good. Assuming these are Guinness verified or whatever, and that's really good. I mean, he's setting up all the conditions. It's not like a normal conditions of a basketball game.
I mean, at a rate like that, you must have some crazy contraption helping you get the balls back or something. Most free throws made in 3 minutes, 201, beating the old record by a very modest 101. And he doesn't plan on stopping until every shooting record is his. His most recent world record on the books, most free throws made.
That's funny because there's no real money in this. So he has clearly set these kind of like, I mean, they're not real records. They're not records that people care about compared to like NBA records. But he's made it his goal to do this, to make this mythos around himself as a great shooter. So the fact that he agreed to come on TV and get his ass beat is really sad. Because like that is going to undo everything he's worked for his whole fucking... He made 100K in the competition? Oh, that's pretty sick. But still, that's not... I mean, he's clearly spending years and years in this, right?
While standing on one leg. But with all of this fame and glory as the world's greatest shooter comes a lot of challengers. People who doubt your claims, want to take your spot as the top dog, refute your records and say, well, I mean, how many people have even attempted shooting free throws on one leg? But that's neither here nor there. And this hasn't stopped Anthony from taking down the competition and taking down records along the way. Until he showed up. Former NBA player and now NBA analyst, Kenny Smith. See, back in the 90s, Kenny Smith was one of the NBA's premier sharpshooters. And as one of the best among the best, there is a massive void between him and some regular Joe when it comes to shooting a basketball.
Okay.
And throughout the years, Kenny has challenged other former NBA players to a three-point shootout to test their skills and win bragging rights on live national television.
How old is he now?
No do-overs.
How old is Kenny Smith? 58. Damn, he's 58? Looks good for 58.
He went toe-to-toe with, at the time, the greatest shooter of all time, Reggie Miller, and was one shot away from beating him. He challenged former NBA sharpshooter Danny Ainge to a three-point shootout and walked him like a dog while clearing the last rack and staring
sick.
him down as the...
I want to see Faker do this in 15 years. I want to see Faker be an analyst for League of Legends and then still 1v1 some fucking pros. Just fucking wax him in mid lane.
The last ball went through the net. He challenged former flamethrower Michael Redd at the ripe age of 49 and beat him as well. Kenny even went as far as challenging Jason Terry, one of the greatest long-range shooters ever, to a three-point shootout for the rights to the nickname, The Jet. Does anyone want to take a wild guess at who won?
You better come back over here. You better come back over here.
That's pretty fucking impressive.
Better come back over here. I'm the Jet in here. What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? What's my name? What's my name, Chuck? Another one, Hal. Chuck, what's my name? Kenny the Jet Smith. What's my name? What's my name? What's my name?
This is not a man you want to mess with, because no matter how many years go by, no matter how knocked those knees get, once an NBA player, always an NBA player. And Anthony Miracola had to learn this the hard way. This man holds 7 basketball shooting world records. In terms of us average Joes, he can shoot the rock better than just about anyone. He's hit...
Dude, I bet he's replayed that moment. You know what? If he just makes one of those, if he just drills one of them, it's like, okay. You know, it's like, it's fine. If he just drills one shot, and they were not that far off, like especially that last one. He went on to make a bunch of excuses. Yeah, that's also a bad thing you do. You got to take in good fun. You got to take in good spirits. You gotta give all props to Kenny. He's a legend, man. I'm just out here trying to do my thing. I respect him. You can't be like, oh, the fucking sun was in my eyes.
31 three-pointers in a single minute. He's made over 200 free throws in 3 minutes. But on this day, Anthony finally learned the haunting truth that we all have to come to terms with eventually. He is still not better than an NBA player, even when they're 54, decades into retirement, and wearing a suit.
Sheesh, that was a good video. I like that. Humble stands like this. Yeah, dude, I wish Stans would watch that video. I wish Stans would watch that video. I would love Stans to really think about what it means to have the experience. What is this? I can't open this. Stans in Kenny's body. Yeah, if I give Stans a 58-year-old man's body, if he could become a better player, that's what's holding him back. Stans can't hit the threes now, but if I gave him fucking a 58-year-old TV host body, then suddenly he could, I'm sure. It's the body, it's the problem. What other fucking videos? How China finally stopped kids from gaming. My understanding is they didn't. I think this is completely wrong. It's 2 months old, and I saw a thing from even this exact time period where they showed that they didn't. They just checked the actual stats. I don't think that's correct. Oh, dude, Japan Analysis messaged me. He said they demonetized his scammer video. He was really sad about it. Which is funny. He messaged me. His videos get way more views than mine, by the way. But he messaged me. He's like, hey, you're the biggest YouTuber I know. Do you know what I can do about this? I was like, bro, I don't know. What are you talking? This video is fucking 3x mine. I can tell you my partner guy. I can link you to my partner guy, but all they do is try to get me to push shorts. Watch it. I watched it day one. It's great. Why did they? I guess there's something about this demonetized. Like, people don't want their ads on this. I don't know why. It was a pretty good video. I don't think it was that. How good games hide content under your nose. Is the good content the Tree Sentinel? Because that was not hidden. That was right there. I wish they hit it a little more, actually. Ohtani is worth $700 million without even playing? That's not true, right? That's clickbait in some way. No, it's cap, dude. No, it's not. He's a popular player. He's not worth $700 million without playing to a team. Stocks, probably. Oh, are you talking about net worth? What I'm saying is, no, like to a team, a value to a team. Yes? All right, well, let's watch it. Fuck it.
In 2022, an economist estimated that Shohei Ohtani alone generated $337 million in revenue in a single year. Another report estimated that Ohtani made the Angels $70 million before he threw a single pitch. And that's just what he's worth off the field. Based on his on-field production over the last 3 seasons, Shohei Ohtani put up numbers that in today's baseball market are worth over $70 million a season. So with only a few months left before going to free agency, it was obvious why experts were predicting that Shohei Ohtani could sign the biggest free agent contract in sports history.
Okay.
Then tragedy struck.
I think that might be it for Shohei.
And Shohei will come out of the game. Only faces
he got
5
injured?
hitters.
And we learned Shohei Ohtani has a tear in his UCL.
He's going to need Tommy John surgery. He's not going to pitch for another year.
Who in the world's going to give him $500 million now? I mean, I wouldn't.
Ohtani is set to get his second Tommy John surgery. He won't pitch
Yikes.
again until 2025 at the earliest. There's real concern he'll never be able to sustain the workload of a two-way player again, and his mind-boggling $700 million contract is in serious danger. But what if I told you he's actually worth more than that?
He's done it again! Shohei!
$500 million contract.
$600 million contract.
$650 million to $700 million.
Where would you draw the line on a contract for Shohei Ohtani?
That's infinity.
Even with an injury as serious as this, the question isn't whether or not Shohei is going to get offered the biggest baseball contract ever. It's whether or not he's going to accept it. Because believe it or not, this isn't the first time Ohtani has cost himself hundreds of millions of dollars. And the first time he did it, it was actually on purpose.
Really fucking sucks no matter what happens here to get to have to get surgery right before your contract negotiation. Like if it happened, 2 months later or whatever, you assume he gets way fucking more no matter what. I mean, he's fine, right? I don't know why we're satching for him. The guy's gonna get hundreds of millions of dollars, but still, it's your fucking sport for your life. And
in 2017, Ohtani had already won MVP, Pitcher of the Year, a championship, and basically every single award possible in Japan. He wanted to come to America, but under international signing rules, players under 25 are only eligible to make a league minimum salary with a maximum signing bonus of $2.3 million. Ohtani was required to wait 2 more years to be able to get what he was worth, which at the time was estimated to be around $200 million. However, money seems like the last thing Ohtani cares about. He was MVP of the league and still voluntarily stayed in the team dormitories, which are usually only occupied by most.
He does seem like a super Giga Chad. I'll be honest with you. He just looks like he's got that. It's funny. He's Japanese, but he's got that all-American baseball, like the strong jaw. That all Japanese.
In Japan, he gave complete control of his finances to his parents, who gave him a $1,000 a month allowance to live off of. Even though he'd only end up spending around $200 of it each month. All while making $2.4 million a year. If Ohtani would have just waited until he was 25 to come to America, he would have made $200 million. Instead, he signed with the Angels to make $4.2 million over 4 years. Ohtani cared so little about money, he gave up $200 million just to play in MLB.
Okay, but that's not Giga Chad, that's just fucking stupid. That's so stupid, just giving all the upside to the team. That's so dumb. That's so dumb. It's giving all the upside to the team.
Be 2 seasons sooner. And for the Angels, this might go down as one of the most financially beneficial moves in MLB history. In his rookie year, the Angels saw an 11% increase in attendance on days he pitched at home. With an average ticket price around $30, this comes out to $120,000 every game, meaning the Angels made enough money to pay Ohtani's entire salary in 5 games. Just on tickets. If you account for what the average fan spends in food, drinks, and parking, the Angels made 4 times his salary in his first 5 home games.
Bro, know your worth, bro. God, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Because you're the one that's going to have to get your fucking arm surgery, and you're the one putting your body on the line. That's all, almost frustrates me. He loves baseball, clearly, but there's no reason you shouldn't if you're the world's fucking most gifted talent.
This doesn't even count games he hit in, ticket sales in spring training, the Japanese ads in the stadium, or the merchandise money he made from having the 8th most popular jersey in the league. In reality, the Angels made back Ohtani's entire salary before he stepped foot on the field. This was only a fraction of what they would make 3 years later. But for the time being, this was short-lived.
Ohtani part of tonight's game due to a blister.
After only a few months of playing in MLB, Ohtani seemed like he was breaking down.
Shohei Ohtani will undergo Tommy John surgery.
Ohtani got his first Tommy
in his
John
first few
surgery.
months.
He continued to hit and played amazing, but faced even more injuries.
For the Angels to step in.
I'm not a baseball guy. He is a great hitter and a great pitcher, and that's like extremely rare, is what I'm understanding. Extremely rare. Almost never. He's the only one. Unprecedented. Literally the only one. Top two at both. First since Babe Ruth. That's actually sick. That's actually sick. He's the only two-way player. That's sick. Like Tom Brady being a good defender. That's so bad for your body. Imagine if you were a great quarterback and also a great defender. You had to fucking just massacre your body and then get out there and fucking...
And make a decision for him. It's too hard to be the best hitter and pitcher at the highest level.
He returned to the mound in 2020 and pitched less than 2 innings before he got hurt.
Wait, so at one point he was the best hitter and the best pitcher at the same time. That's fucking I thought he was a good hitter. He was the best hitter? That's a Vine Boom moment for me. I got to be honest with you. That's a Vine Boomer right there.
Hurt again.
Tommy John surgery, check. Knee surgery, check. Now an arm strain, check. He's screwed.
Ohtani was only pitching once every 6 days, did not hit and pitch in the same game, rested the day before and the day after each start, and was still breaking down. But when he returned in 2021, he took the opposite approach. He hit and pitched on the same day, played in virtually every single game, which gave him the opportunity to create more value than any other player in MLB history.
Wait,
and that
really?
Is exactly what he did. Since 2021, he's put up offensive numbers on par with Bryce Harper. That alone would earn him a contract worth $330 million, while also putting up pitching numbers on par with Garrett Cole, who made $324 million. So based on his on-the-field performance alone, he's earned a contract worth $654 million, which would not only be the biggest contract ever, but would blow.
Okay, so the title was a little bit clickbait, though, right? We'll see if he gets to it, but based on what the pitcher got and the...
blow Mike Trout's record out of the water by an insane $227 million. Believe it or not, based on the current market, he's worth a lot more than that. The more a team wins, the more money they make, which is what makes a stat like WAR useful. The more wins above replacement a player has, the more value they bring, and the more money a team is willing to pay them. In 2022, teams were willing to pay players $8.5 million per 1 wins above replacement. Since 2021, Ohtani has the most WAR in baseball, and it's not even close, averaging 8.8 wins above replacement per season. Meaning, in today's baseball market, that's worth $74.8 million a year. That's not only the highest salary in baseball history, it's nearly double the highest salary in baseball history. But $74.8 million is such a mind-boggling number. Would any team actually be willing to pay this? The answer is yes, and for most teams, it would have been the most profitable decision possible. Based on research from 2009, when a team makes the playoffs, they earn an extra $30 to $50 million in revenue. 14 years later, MLB revenue has doubled, meaning today, making the playoffs likely brings a team closer to 60 to...
You know what's crazy is the league finals viewership, the non-China league finals viewership, was pretty close to the MLB finals. This year was pretty close. Like, it's closing in. I think it was like 6.2 for Worlds, and maybe I think it's around 10 for MLB. MLB MLB play. What is it called? Championship? What is World Series? Sorry, World Series. The World Series wasn't that good this year, but I'm just saying, neither was the league finals, bro. It's getting pretty close.
$100 million in revenue. Based on WAR, Ohtani added 8.8 wins compared to a replacement level player, meaning there are 7 teams who missed the playoffs last season that would have made the playoffs if only they had Shohei Ohtani. For those 7 teams, the playoff revenue alone would have justified giving Ohtani over $70 million. But even for teams who don't come close to the playoffs, paying this ridiculous amount of money would have also been worth it. Just ask the Angels. When Ohtani returned as a two-way player, they did 7 Ohtani-related promotions in one season. Giving out Ohtani merch literally created lines outside the stadium. These promotions attracted an extra 11,000 fans per game and another $2.3 million in revenue for the Angels. Games he pitched at home brought an average of 3,800 extra fans. This is another $6 million to the Angels. And that's just when he pitches. In total, a Japanese economist says Ohtani alone attracted over 600,000 fans to watch him play in 2022, generating $45 million in just ticket sales. If half of these games were at home, it's safe to assume the Angels made at least $20 million from ticket sales without even factoring in food and parking. Ohtani also had the highest selling
Hot dog reference.
and generated $7 million in revenue just from merchandise. But the real money comes from Japan, where every single Angels game was televised just to see him. One of these broadcasts would literally just film Ohtani 24/7, even if he wasn't in the game. And without exaggeration, this doubled the Angels' audience. When Ohtani competed in the Home Run Derby in 2021, 3 times more people watched in Japan than in the US. Ohtani's opening day start in 2023 got 6.2 million live viewers in Japan, while the highest rated opening day game on ESPN this year got around 2 million. From what I can tell, while Ohtani was on the team, more people watched the Angels games in Japan than watched in America. Which is why when you watch Angels games, you're gonna see just as many Japanese ads as American ads. The first person to sell advertisements behind home plate,
Bro,
Japanese ads as
Pachanga Resort Casino.
American ads. The first
That's
person to
funny.
sell advertisements behind home plate says he sold them for $60,000 each per half inning. Assuming you sold out every half inning of every home game, that's $87 million a year. And this was in 1990. Today, teams are making a lot more than that, and since Shohei doubles the Angels' viewership, the Angels can essentially charge double what they would have been able to without him. This difference is so significant that even when Ohtani plays away games, visiting teams sell ads to Japanese companies to take advantage of this bump, even if it's just for a few games. All in all, the overall revenue Ohtani attracts is mind-blowing. An estimate in The Athletic says he made the Angels more than $70 million before he threw a single pitch, and this only accounts for corporate sponsorships, stadium signage, and merchandise. It doesn't even cover ticket sales or on-the-field performance. And the craziest part is, Ohtani was only the 3rd highest paid player on the team.
That's insane.
When the Angels got Ohtani, they had to pay the Nippon Ham Fighters a $20 million posting fee. Meaning, over his first 5 seasons, the Angels paid Shohei Ohtani's former team more money than they paid Shohei Ohtani.
That's so fucked, dude. This actually makes me mad. I feel like this guy is just getting fucking milked. He's getting milked.
Even after winning MVP and becoming the biggest star in the sport, in 2023, there were 15 players in MLB who got a bigger salary than Shohei Ohtani. Yet, he was still the highest paid player by far. Because when it comes to endorsements, Ohtani's on another level. He made an estimated $40 million in endorsements last year. The second most was Aaron Judge. He made $4.5 million. Ohtani is worth so much off the field. His endorsements alone would have made him the third highest paid player in baseball.
I forgot what the gap was, but I know that Michael Jordan was one of the first NBA players to really fucking go for it with endorsements. And I do know that, like, at his peak, the gap was fucking insane between Jordan and number 2 for endorsement income in the NBA. I wish I had the numbers. Someone's probably
Understand how influential Ohtani is, just look at his deal with Kosei, a Japanese cosmetics company. Since Ohtani began endorsing their sunscreen and beauty serum, their male customer base has become 13 times higher. And the sales of their serum are 7 times higher now than they were before they signed Ohtani.
That's a good fucking endorsement.
But as powerful and expensive of a brand Ohtani has become before 2023, this one moment in March raised him to another level. Ohtani was the main attraction in what might have been the most watched baseball team of all time. They reached over 50 million viewers in each game they played, getting up to 61 million in their last pool play game, which was watched by more people than the most watched World Series game of all time.
Oh, wow.
Ohtani striking out Mike Trout to win the title is the most iconic moment of
struck
his
out
career.
Mike
and
Trout.
The social impact Ohtani and this team had
Even
in
I
Japan
knew Mike
is
Trout.
hard to grasp. According to an economist, Team Japan's run, which only lasted 3 weeks, generated an insane $480 million in Japan. The Economist described this as, quote, the Ohtani effect. He won pool play MVP of the entire tournament, and gained a mind-blowing 2 million Instagram followers in 1 month. Ohtani, already by far the biggest star in baseball, star power may have multiplied during this tournament. It was estimated that Ohtani alone had an economic impact of $337 million in a single year in 2022. But in 2023, this number was set to shoot up even further.
That's crazy.
Then he got hurt. The economic impact was immediate.
Yikes.
Ohtani wasn't even playing and was still the main attraction. On the day it was announced he wouldn't play for the rest of the year, fans came to the game and swarmed the dugout just to watch him sit on the bench. The Japanese broadcast company NHK stopped their broadcasting deal that allowed them to show Angels games immediately. And without Shohei, Angels highlight videos dropped nearly 400% in views. Attendance fell over 12%, which is about 4,200 less people a game. The Angels will be missing out on tens of millions of dollars.
Dude, you know that T1 is thinking about this for Faker. You know that T1's like, ooh, let's keep his wrists strong. Keep his arms good. It's funny. I know that the LCK in Korea, which is like the Korean LCS, they have like salary cap rules to keep teams from overspending each other and getting too far ahead. But they tweaked the salary cap rules for Faker. Like his salary counts like 50% of what it should, because Faker alone increases the amount of viewers on all of the LCK. And if there's anything that stopped Faker from getting on a team that was good, like if Faker's out early, it actually hurts the entire LCK. The whole viewership goes down for even other teams. So his economic impact is like extremely valuable for all of League. Again, I think it's all of League too. I think if Faker retires, like it hurts Worlds, it hurts everything. So they did a lot to make him a little more competitive salary cap wise. No one would have watched a JDG versus Weibo finals. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Without Shohei next year. But somebody will have them. They will pray he stays healthy, and if he does, he will bring value on the field and value off the field that is worth more money given to any baseball player in history. And if he wants it, that's exactly what he's going to get.
That was a hype video. Oh, China would watch it for sure. China would watch it. But Chinese numbers are not super reliable, and they're hard to sell global sponsorships against. That's why they always give you the stats without the Chinese numbers. Because their streaming websites use like a popularity score and don't give you access to real data. Um, I thought baseball was an American sport. It is. It's supposed to be America's pastime, but I think Japan loves it way more. Japan and some LATAM countries. Even Chinese fans are Faker obsessed. Oh, I mean, Chinese teams would pay astronomical amounts to Faker. But he's kind of hardcore ride or die T1. Is there any other video I want to watch? Otherwise, I think I will play a little Outer Wilds. I think I do need to make some progress today. I watched the Mr. Beast video. I'm just seeing if there's anything. That was a good video, though. I like those the sports ones. All right, I think we're good. Every president's biggest mistake? There's no way that... Who is Mr. Beat and how does he know the answer to that question? That's not... That's an opinion. That's an opinion, not a fact. He's a history teacher. Yeah, listen, I'm not saying maybe he knows his stuff, but that isn't. It's very subjective to say what a president's biggest mistake was, right? He called every senator. One of the greatest scenes ever animated, knowledge-based games and why you should play them. I'm going to play one soon. All right. Fiji's biggest... Wait, Fiji water is literally from Fiji? I thought that was fake. I thought that was branding. Well, that makes me want to drink it less. Wait, I don't want... When they fucking bottle it in Fiji, put it on a cargo ship, ship it all the way here. I fucking... It's just water. It's... That's why it's $4 a bottle. Yeah, well, there you go. I watched this. This is pretty good. Is this long? It's 10 minutes. Fiji's biggest export is literal water. Let me check a little
This is
gander.
the story of how
I'm
a small island nation was able to transform itself from...
I mean, that is really funny because that is really smart on their part then. If they brand Fiji as the best water and mark up the bottle price, yeah, I mean, that's really smart. That's a smart idea. To turn you have no exports into water being your export.
Relative isolation and a poor plantation-based system to fame and fortune just by slapping a sticker on bottled water. Of course, I'm talking about Fiji and Earth's finest water, Fiji water. There really is only one way to experience the beauty of these islands. You know what I'm talking about. So I took a flight to Fiji. Oh, that's awkward. I guess I can experience the magic of Fiji through this water bottle instead. Fiji water was originally made by a Canadian businessman in 1996.
A Canadian.
But later bought out by a California company in 2004.
A Californian.
The guy who made Fiji water had also made the Southern Pacific Hotel in Fiji in the 1960s, so I guess he saw some potential in these islands. And I guess the Americans saw the potential too. Fiji water is ranked as the favorite bottled water in the USA among all age groups except for baby boomers. Now, apparently, this water comes from an artisan underground aquifer.
Boomers love Aquafina? That's weird because boomers have more money.
For baby boomers.
Nestle Pure Life? Who the fuck puts Nestle Pure Life in their top 3? Like, yeah, I'm a liquid death man right here, but it's at the bottom, negative. Boomers -3. Wait, how do they, on a scale of 0 to 100, they gave it -3? Bro, I have 4 empty liquid deaths right here. I've been drinking. I actually switched from Fiji to LD.
Boomers. Now, apparently, this water comes from an artisan underground aquifer on the Fijian island of Viti Levu and is slowly filtered by volcanic rock to give it a soft, smooth taste. Their words, not mine. I don't know how much I believe that this water has some sort of naturally sweet flavor superior to tap water somehow, but after trying my first sip of Fiji water ever, I can say it tastes exactly like water. It doesn't matter if I think it's crazy though, because around 70% of Americans prefer bottled water to tap water, and as the fan favorite in the country, Fiji water has a clear advantage in the world's largest consumer market. Suck on that, Avion. In reality, Fiji water does not have a clear advantage over other water brands in terms of taste. They are just simply better at advertising. They sold the nation of Fiji as a luxury brand. The packaging invokes tropical images that just make me want to guzzle down water.
Bro, I wonder if Fiji water increased tourism, and it must have, to Fiji. By branding Fiji as the best water, luxury water, it also has a halo effect of luxury status to Fiji as a destination location. So it's a win-win. How do we do this somewhere else? Let's brand. I went to Fiji and I drank the toilet water. It was goated with 7 O's. Yeah, bro, I'm happy for you. Detroit water. Dude, just no context given. Let's make fucking Detroit water, but it's $8 a bottle. $8 a bottle. Just really send that price signal that it's luxury.
Water, and they're not shy to celebrity endorsements.
Flint's finest.
It's the water that rich people drink. You can love it or hate it, but you have to admit it is wildly successful. Some people accuse Fiji water of not being very environmentally friendly, which is true. It sells bottled water after all, profiting from military coups and not paying a dime in taxes. Others just enjoy the sweet taste of Fiji and love a simple swig of water. Whatever it is that made Fiji water blow up in the US doesn't really matter. What does is the fact that it has made water Fiji's largest export.
That's
nearly
so funny.
all of it through Fiji water. That's right, water as their largest export from a country in the middle of nowhere. Goes against all conventional
That's
economics.
crazy.
Water is generally very heavy to move and quite expensive to export.
Yeah.
Most countries export water by actually exporting food, so the other country saves on the water that would be used to grow that food, but not Fiji. The water export grew from around $150 million in 2009 to $260 million in 2021.
That's so funny.
And it makes up nearly a quarter of all their exports. Just goes to show how far some people will go for anything considered luxury. Almost all of it, around 92% of the water, goes to the U.S.
It's all here in America. That's so funny. That's actually incredible marketing, bro. That's so funny. We
say, and almost 30% of imported water in the US comes from Fiji, beating out Italy, which makes Fiji water the most imported water brand in the country. But despite being a small, mostly import-based country, their exports are remarkably complex. That's because this water is a fairly new phenomenon. They had to build an economy before Fiji water. Yet when you look at their economy now, it's not built from this 75%. In fact, their biggest export by far isn't even on this list. It's tourism. Tourism in Fiji has grown massively since the 80s and 90s. I mean, just look at these beaches with water so blue you wouldn't be able to find the Blue Man Group in it. Sand so smooth you can put it in a smoothie. Weather so nice you ain't ever gonna leave. And jungle so green you'll be wondering if you can even see other colors. By 2017, tourism was a $2 billion industry, twice as much as all the goods they export in 2021, making up around 40% of their GDP and over 100,000 jobs. Could Fiji water have legitimately sold the idea of a luxurious Fiji to the world and sparked them as a new tourist hotspot? Maybe. But most of their tourists, especially nowadays after the pandemic, are Australians, mostly from its proximity.
Ugh,
The water
gross.
is popular there, sure, but not as big as in the US. Then it's New Zealander tourists, probably from proximity again, and then American tourists. But European tourists who, okay, are a little further than the Americans, but are roughly the same wealthiness as them, travel to Fiji almost 5 times less than their Yankee counterparts. And China is no stranger to sending millions of tourists abroad.
Yeah.
They are by far the largest tourist generator in the
Yeah.
world. Why aren't they lounging on Fiji's beaches? A nice explanation is simply that Fiji doesn't sell as much Fiji water to Europe and China as they do to North America and Australia. But is that really true? Their tourism revenue graph didn't really pick up until the 2000s when Fiji water hit international markets, and their per capita income kind of at the same time, but this is much less convincing. So it really begs the question, a chicken and egg sort of question. Did Fiji water spark Fiji's tourism industry, or did Fiji's tourism industry create Fiji water's international success? I don't really have an answer. Probably both. What I can tell you is it might have improved the lives of Fijians, but to answer how, we need some quick context. How is Fiji set up, and how did the average Fijian live throughout history? I'm sure you know that Fiji is a group of islands way out here in the Pacific. It's made of mainly Viti Levu in the south and Vanuatu in the north. It was originally settled by Melanesians 3,500 years ago who lived in small, mainly coastal communities, doing some subsistence agriculture and slash and burn farming. Was it a peaceful little utopia where everyone lived in harmony with nature and everyone took and made only what they needed? No, obviously not. Nowhere on Earth was like that. Hierarchical clans, often centralized by a chief, fought over territory to form confederations and pay blood debts. These chiefs were usually based on merit, not bloodline, and societal heavy lifting was put on the family unit, so they definitely were not absolute rulers. It more or less stayed like that until 1, 2, skip a few thousand years and they made contact with European sailors. The British, having heard of
This will go well. I don't know much about history, but I know that when these natives make contact with the British, everything's about to get a whole lot better. Okay? Everyone wins. It's a win-win situation. Okay? They get access to maybe that delicious Fiji water. You get beans on toast. Everyone's happy.
Rumor of mysterious cannibals in these islands were pretty slow to interact with the islands in the early 1800s. They're only really here to trade and spread the word of Jesus. What do they want? Sandalwood. Why? I guess it smells good, and it was an exotic luxury, anything for that social status. What did many chiefs get in exchange for heavily taxing their people to produce that sandalwood? Duh, the only thing of value these sailors had, guns. There's a super common theme in history that whenever European sailors made contact with a hierarchical society, they would trade guns for exotic goods, or slaves, and that hierarchical society would get even more despotic, almost tyrannical, and some chief or ruling elite would subjugate and extract from everyone else, structuring the whole system around collecting that good, and they were the ones in charge because, you know, they owned
had
the
guns. Yeah.
This happened in Fiji under Ratu Tanoa and his
Incentives.
son Kakobau. Long story short, Kakobau got into a ton of debt, and instead of taking out even more loans like the rest of us, he sold a big chunk of Viti Levu to the Polynesia Company in 1868. He eventually ceded the whole land to the UK, and Fiji was a British colony in 1874. The Polynesia Company set up many plantations for Fijians to labor at, but the new British rulers said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, have a heart. This is Fijian land. We shouldn't make the Fijians serfs on their own territory. We can do so much better. Let's just import Indian slaves." Yeah, I was just about to say that. Indentured Fijian labor was banned,
not where that should have
land
headed.
was not allowed to be sold to non-Fijians under British rule. Even that magical Fiji water aquifer we saw, that's on a 99-year lease. The Fiji Water Company does not technically own that land.
Oh,
Indians
interesting.
were brought in to work mainly in agriculture, especially in sugar. Sugar was Fiji's cash crop before they realized they could sell water to hipsters, making up over 50% of their exports for most of its history, particularly selling it to Europe through the government-owned Fiji Sugar Corporation.
That's interesting.
It worked to keep native Fijians, also called Itauke, on top of the Indo-Fijians. Even today, they make up the bulk of the low-paying jobs and agricultural sector in Fiji, even some parts having separate communities to live in. When it was time for independence in 1970, the population was split rather 50-50. Fijian politics...
Yeah, when does the 99-year lease end? Because I think we could swoop in. Also, I'm surprised that aquifer doesn't get depleted. I feel like there's something up. I don't trust this whole Fiji water situation. Something tells me that water is coming from a lot of sources. Rain seeps in, but at a rate to them to grow the amount of bottles they're producing every year, it doesn't rain more. Asking so many questions. I'm interested. I feel like there's something up. I feel like if I toured that factory, I wouldn't find, I don't know.
Was dominated by the Iitauke, yet from a growing Indian population, the 1987 election was won by an Indian-dominated coalition. That didn't bow well with Iitauke politicians. 4 coups. Fiji has had 4 coups.
Yeah, it feels like a
since
slurm situation.
1987. 2 actually in 1987 after Iitauke protested and members of the ruling party were arrested. They went to military rule, then slight democracy in the 90s, and an Indian prime minister won in 2000s. So another coup in 2000 under a Fijian nationalist government, and then another coup in 2006,
Jeez.
mainly over the government.
You don't think about Fiji having
private companies and being accused of corruption. During this time, the economy stagnated as confidence deteriorated, infrastructure broke down, and the crime rate jumped all over. But surprisingly, this military rule was less corrupt, more efficient, abandoned racist policies, and even encouraged fled Indians to come back. They also instituted democracy again in 2014, and every election since has been won by the Fiji First Party. So you really wonder which group is in power, huh? By now, the Indo-Fijian
first,
population
baby.
had shrunk to less than 40% of the population, mainly due to immigrants fleeing the country or working international jobs for a better standard of living. I mean, 20% of Fijians do not even live on the island, most of these being Indo-Fijians. It's even estimated that 10% of their national income is made up of remittances or money sent back home from overseas workers.
Oh, interesting.
So when you add up people coming to see their country plus money sent home from overseas, it adds up to half of what they produce. Fiji is
That's
made
crazy.
on openness to the world. Openness possibly created by shipping Fiji water to the USA. Well, it's a bit of a stretch to say that, considering for most of history they were a rather racial, sugar-based economy, only recently opening up to tourism. But this water plus tourism combo did help them slightly break out of these prejudicial, poverty-making institutions by creating better economic times, even if it's a
Yeah.
little sensationalized. Now watch me try the Fiji.
I mean, there's not a much better business than being able to sell water at a huge markup. It's like it's an export that that's like most countries would love that export. That's a sick export.
Chug challenge.
And it makes you look cool. So you also get the tourism. I mean, that's the Fiji Chug Challenge. Okay. Unnecessary ending. That was an interesting video for sure. Can I just say, as far as Get Smarter Saturdays go, this is up there. I feel like I've learned a lot today. I feel like I really have ingested some knowledge. I do feel like we got some brain wrinkles today. This has been a good one. We haven't had any like super stupid videos. Can I check on the status of my fish? Okay, I need one more great video so I can eat my fish while we watch it. And then it's Outer Wilds time. I need one more great video. You guys submit the videos. I'm going to set it on here. I'm going to scroll it. And then I'm going to be right back with my fish. Dude, I feel like this is almost certainly food coloring dyed to be more pink. this fish? Because it looks so tasty. But like, now that I know the truth of the business side. Internet Historian? I do think that last Internet Historian video was really good. It was funny. So we could do even fancier paintings. I'm kind of down for that. Even fancier paintings. The first one was good. I want to finish the series. Fuck it.
NordVPN isn't like the other girls.
It was fun.
Hello. Incognito mode videos now. Alright, so the schedule for this mini-series goes like this. We did the main channel on theater, then an incognito mode on painting, which is this. Then there's a main channel on wine, and then an incognito mode on a bunch of stories around wine. And there's a main channel on things that people wear. There's a main channel on luxury goods, and then we round the whole thing off with 2 more incognito modes. And then I go back into cryostasis. This first section is on the basics of painting, and we were a little bit worried to show it because we kind of felt like this will split the audience. Not because it's political or anything, but because it's so basic. So someone who already knows something about art would be like, yeah, of course, why are you telling me this?
Yeah.
But for someone like me, who knows practically zero about art, I found it really interesting, and I thought, why the heck haven't I been told this before, right? So, first section.
Okay. Tell me. I don't know anything about art.
Basics of painting.
Action!
The arts. The arts. Do not put an F in front of that. Worst mistake I ever made in my life. Alright, first, some things that'll make you go, yeah, and? Or, oh, right. So look at this colorful goo. Paint. Delicious in both jam and chip form. But its raw components are just 2 essential things. An undissolving pigment and a medium. Now, pigments are basically just colorful dust, and the medium is the liquidy thing that the dust hangs out in.
Okay.
Now, the liquid determines what type of paint you have. Pigment plus water equals watercolors. Pigment plus glue equals acrylics. Pigment plus
I did not know that.
Equals oil paint.
I knew that.
So simple. And pigment plus, moving on.
Acrylic is just glue? I guess that's what he said. But that wasn't, I didn't know that.
Now, the pigment does not dissolve into the medium. Instead, it's just kind of suspended in it. When the pigment does dissolve into a medium, that's a dye. So that's the basic difference. Now, you have to transfer the paint onto the canvas. To do that, we need to talk tools. Well, first, you can just use your fingers.
The brush!
It was good enough for the cavemen, and it's good enough for your mom. So it's good enough for us. Then we tried brushes. Now here is the anatomy of a brush. You've got the handle, the bristles, the ferrule, and the crimp. Now the bristles are the most important bit. First we were just using mangled up reeds called fronds, but they got really good once we started using animal hair. Have a look at some of the animals we used. Boar, taken from the neck or the back of the pig. That is the kind of brush that Van Gogh used, and it's still the gold standard for today. A goat brush.
Okay.
It's good, but it's not the goat. Lacks some spring.
Interesting.
So it's mostly used for calligraphy. Badger. Now that's actually mostly used for shaving.
Yeah, I use it for
not
shaving.
painting at all.
I got a badger
Horse,
hair.
Raccoon, and wolf. Also not great quality. But what's the worst quality of all? You know, the gutter oil of the brush world. Well, the worst quality is camel hair brushes. And they're mostly sold as arts and crafts brushes for kids. But the weird thing is, camel hair is so low quality that it's not even used in brushes at all. Huh? Yes, so-called camel hair brushes are actually made from cats and rabbits and squirrels. But that makes people kind of sad. So they changed the name to a much less cute animal, and also one that's kind of exotic, so you wouldn't question it. Now, what's the best brush of all? What is the S tier of brushes? Those
so
are made
funny.
from sable.
Oh my god, this,
Sable.
of course. 10 out of 10.
Now, sable is a type of weasel. These are hunted for their fur for clothing.
It's him.
But when they catch them to make clothes, they actually only want the body for the clothes, and so they discard the tail altogether.
Sad.
But those tails have the best hair for paintbrushes, and so they are snatched up by the brush makers. Now, the hair is special because it has an interlocking scales that vastly increases the surface area, but it also holds strong in the long term. Firm and bouncy, but also soft.
It's smooth, it bounces, it moves. Only with new Tresemme Keratin Smooth.
And they sell for upwards of $300
Sheesh.
a brush.
Okay, that's what the rich people have. The rich kids in art school.
All right, here's a top 10 list, sort of maybe Watch Mojo style, of the most famous paintings, and just a few interesting things about them that you may not know. Pop quiz, sports shoe wearer. Look at this painting. What does it make you feel? Too late. Or if you answered in time, wrong answer. Happy, sad. I bet those are the only two emotions you even know. The correct answer is shame, because you are embarrassing yourself. You know nothing about the arts. So it is time to look at the best paintings to
That
ever
one's good,
exist.
with Vader.
And let's begin with the most obscure of them all. Whoever this is.
That's
The
a good
Mona
animated
Lisa.
joke.
Now, I thought it went first name Mona, last name Lisa. Check it out. But turns out Mona is an honorific, meaning madam, so it's Madam Lisa. Now, relatively recently, historians have figured out who she actually is, and they found out that she's married to a Florentine merchant, Francesco del Giocondo. So that makes her Lisa del Gioconda, and that explains the alternative title of the work, La Gioconda.
Interesting.
Now, the reason she has her arms crossed and is a little bit chubby is because she's pregnant. In fact, you can kind of see that she's wearing a veil, and that particular type of veil was worn by pregnant women at the time. Her husband commissioned the painting when Da Vinci was already well known, so it would have been very expensive, and that makes it very funny for a couple of reasons. One, it was never handed over to the family. Instead, Leo left it in his will to his apprentice. And two, because for a couple of hundred years, the prevailing theory was that she was not an aristocratic wife, but instead, a prostitute. Her hair being down and her almost absent eyebrows were common traits of working girls at the time.
I see.
Anyway, why is this painting so famous? Well, Da Vinci was already pretty famous, and the painting got stolen. This became a very big news story, and her face suddenly started getting plastered on a whole bunch of newspapers and wanted posters, making her very recognizable. From there, she became the most famous painting, which is why she always looks so smug. Starry Night, Vincent van Gogh.
Yeah, I sure hope it does.
Painted while he was in the St. Paul de Musol Asylum. That's here. And this was the view from his bedroom window. Here is the real view a few decades later. He chose not to paint the metal bars. Now, you can see that there are 11 stars in the sky here. Supposedly, that's reference to Joseph from the Bible. Joseph, he had a hard life. The minivan, he had a hard life too. And he hoped that he would be remembered at least once he was gone. Like Joseph. And you know what?
He was.
It worked out for him because everybody remembers Van Gogh and nobody remembers the guys who bullied him and called him a ginger. Also, there's kind of a theory that he was killed by some kid. Go check out Wendigoon's channel for more information on that one.
Okay.
The birth of Venus. All right, let me tell you what's happening in this one. So, there's this lady.
Those two are the limited
Venus.
of my
She
knowledge.
is the
I don't know
goddess
this one.
of beauty, and she is coming up out of the ocean in a big clam, right? Now, the clam is not a metaphor for her vagina. It's that she is the perfect pearl. Get it? Now, these two here are a divine wind. They are blowing her like a hot spoonful of soup towards the shore. And she is carried all the way over to the beach. And this beach, by the way, is a real place called Paphos. It's in Cyprus. Here is what it looks like in real life.
Oh, looks nice.
Now, when she arrives on the beach, a nymph shows up, which is this lady here, and she has a cloak, and she throws the cloak over Venus, and she says, "You know what? You're very special. One day they're gonna name a 4-blade razor after you." Arrangement in black and grey #1. Also known as Whistler's mother, most famous for its appearance in the Mr. Bean movie. Now, when Whistler's mother originally agreed to be painted, she agreed to be painted standing up, but she had to pose for so long that eventually she got quite tired and had to sit down. Here you go. And that became the famous pose. The Garden of Earthly Delight.
Okay.
All right, this one is probably my favorite because it looks like a Where's Waldo, and then the whole thing just goes completely off the rails. So, Mr. Hieronymus, that's a name that's going to make a comeback, is doing all of this cool surreal stuff about 500 years ago.
Okay.
So let's start on the left. Here is Adam and Eve and the pre-incarnation of Jesus. And they are all hanging out in the garden.
Jesus really focusing on Eve and not Adam.
That's harder to explain. The best theory is either that this is Eden, if people were allowed back into the garden,
I feel like
or
this
if they had
dude
never left in the
just
first
like
place,
drawing
or
naked
if man
people.
had not committed original sin. But look at the size
Hey,
of that
wait,
strawberry.
Did you see? There's a big tuner right here. Holy shit, it all ties back in together.
First place, or if man had not committed original sin. But look at the size of that strawberry. Oh, here he is. Then on the right-hand panel is hell, or at least a very bad time. This is where Oddlaw would end up, that son of a bitch. Right, now, here's the interesting bit. It's not painted on a typical canvas. It's actually a sort of cabinet thing with 3 panels called a triptych. And the neat thing is, if you close the doors, more painting. That is the earth, and that is the firmament. A perfect balance between flat earth and globe theory.
Okay.
A Sunday afternoon on the island of La Grangette.
Oh, I've
this
seen
thing
this.
is pretty big, and here's the real-life place it was painted after. Although they've beautified it even more with the office building at the back. What you may not know is that it is actually a sequel. First, George Seurat painted the left bank, and that's where all the working class sit. You see these guys, they, you know...
When I was in either middle school or high school, we had to take an art history class. I was in IB or whatever, and so we had to do it. And this video would have helped me a fucking lot, actually. Because a lot of the test was like just recognizing different artists and art from one of their paintings. And it was really fucking annoying, and I wasn't... Like, this would have helped.
A bit less money and stuff. Gross! And then this is the one that you all know, and that is on the right-hand bank. And all these people are a very bougie sort. That is Scrappy-Doo. And that's a monkey. The Last Supper. Okay, so the scene is this. All the disciples are gathered around, and this is the exact moment that Jesus declares, "Hey, by the way, I know one of you betrayed me." And this is everyone's shocked reaction to the news. Except there's one guy who's just pretending to...
How did you do IB but only get into ASU? First of all, don't be weird and classist, Brother Bear. Second of all, I got into Georgetown and Duke, but we couldn't afford it. Also, I moved around my whole fucking high school, and I wanted to have my friends. I wanted to keep my fucking friends. So I went and stayed in Arizona, and I really enjoyed it. And it worked out fine for me. So shut the fuck up. ASU is actually, whatever. ASU is some of its degrees are good. And I think it's a great school. It's very fun. Especially if you want to do your own extracurriculars, because there's a lot of students there, so you can start any club imaginable and find people that are interested. So, shut the fuck up. How about that?
To be shocked. And here is who everyone is. I thought this was Mary, by the way. Turns out that's John. Very progressive. And that's all of the paintings, and no one has attempted one since. And I wake up. Quickly, flip the Nord logo, Marianas Trench. Flip it the other way, 3 pyramids.
He's solving the mysteries.
There's not much time. I gotta log into NordVPN so the corporations can't track me. Marketing companies gang stalking me, listening to me through the walls.
We found the death note.
Wake up again. I don't have much time. The feds are at my door. Open up. I refuse to take my NordMill pills. I wake up again. The demon in the corner of my room wants to access my NordVPN.
He makes these very entertaining Nord ads, but they don't have really anything to do with the product. I mean, I like watching them. I can't imagine they sell many subscriptions. Maybe they do.
Fire. Skinwalker in my house. Change location to Finland. Different regions have different prices on plane tickets and hotels. That ain't even a conspiracy. I take more microplastics so I can see through the ether.
We're coming in, Nordman.
Pizza time.
But they're too late. I click Hyperborea and I am untouchable.
Yeah,
if you understood anything that happened in this ad, go to nordvpn.com/incognito to get a huge deal on a 2-year plan, plus 4 bonus months. Ad over. All right, so this one is about how to spot a fake painting. I quite like this section, but it kind of got bogged down by all of its technical information, and it went quite long. So, here it is, for the discerning audience. How to spot a fake painting.
Well, that's a bad intro.
Glug, glug, glug. Oh my God. Is that a real Michelangelo? We're here now. Quick hypothetical lower tax brackets. If paintings like this one or this one go for literally gajillions of dollars, that's USD, then what's to stop someone from doing this? Then this, and then this, then this, and then saying it's real when it ain't. You know, faking a painting. Turns out, not much at all. In fact, it can be very difficult to tell these fake-ass paintings from the ones that keep it real. There's a whole ass art to detecting these fakes, and it's become an arms race, where the authenticators find new ways of detecting, and the fakers find new ways to get around their methods.
Technology's advanced. Do you think that makes it harder to make good forgeries?
No, you can beat the forensics.
So, authentication. There are 3 main categories: provenance, connoisseurship, forensics. Let's start in alphabetical order. Provenance. Now, provenance follows the history of the painting, tracking down the previous sellers and the buyers, all the galleries that exhibited it, the hand-to-hand that it was passed through, all the way back
right, but what
to
if
the
it was
original
faked
painter. However, the older the work, the harder it is, generally, to track the provenance. Take, for example, the most expensive painting ever sold, the Salvator Mundi, the final Da Vinci. Sold in 2017 for 400...
Yeah, what if it was faked by the original painter? You know what I'm saying? What if it was originally a fake? So you track it all down. That's been done? Wait, what do you... Yeah, wait a minute.
$1 million. And it can only be traced back to 1958. Back then, it was sold for £45. But in the other 500 years of its history, no one knew where this thing was. Even today, people still dispute whether it's genuine.
I think it's a real flim-flam. And
a flim-flam
is a made-up piece of junk. I think it's fake art news. Real in drag. Then it turns up in America? In New Orleans? Oh, I see. I think we've wished this Da Vinci into existence. Here's the lost Leonardo that somebody once mentioned in a book.
Provenance has gotten a lot easier over time. You used to have to track
This
down
dude's really
books
pressed
and
about
read
it.
catalogs and stuff, but now it's all online. Control plus
All the clips
F.
for one guy, yeah.
There it is. So you see, kid, there's nothing online. Nothing. Tell me who you bought this from, you son of a bitch. Where did you get this? Tell me the name of the auction house that sold you it. Connoisseurship. Look at the work. Do you believe what you are seeing? How does it look? How does it taste? Are these ballpoint pen strokes those of a master artist? Luckily, there are people like Mark.
This one seems the most
who
bullshit.
spend their whole careers focusing on single artists.
I've been dealing with Leonardo for, I suppose, about 50 years.
They can pick out the fakes. So, for example, when he was looking at La Bella Principessa, he went, yep, he uses the Trois Crayons. He's a left-handed artist. I
wonder if someone's going to be like that for like a Charlie video. Like in 50 years, there's just some fucking Generation Beta guy who was like, yeah, that's an original Charlie. I spent 50 years of my life studying Charlie videos. I can tell it's not AI, that's a real one.
Proportions of their head and the face are all correct. You know what? I'm going to give this a big rubber stamp right there in the middle of the painting. Confirmed. So, for the fakers, they have to have a keen understanding of who they are copying. One of the best fakers, Almir Dahore, for example, mastered the brushstrokes of artists such as Matisse, Modigliani, and Renoir so well that hundreds of museums are currently in possession of his works, without even knowing it. Yes, well, Michelangelo was famous for his Cangiante painting techniques, and I can't see any of that here. You're 0 for 2, kid. You're going down. Forensics. This thing's going straight to the lab. You're about to have a paint brush up with the law. Masterpiece? More like you're a real masterpiece of shit, kid. Fuck you. Alright, now the people that solve murders have really changed the game when it comes to art forgeries by implementing radiocarbon dating. Radiocarbon dating. Carbon dating? Yeah, but it's not serious. Listen, you're made out of carbon, I'm made out of carbon. Paintings are made out of carbon. And when a thing is made out of carbon, there are these unusual isotopes of carbon-14, right? They're floating all throughout the air and the atmosphere. Now, all living things contain a trace of them. They are taken in when something eats, breathes, anything else. And that happens continuously throughout the life cycle. However, when the organism dies, it stops taking in new carbon, right? Which means it stops taking in new carbon-14. Same thing happens to a painting. You've stopped putting paint on the thing, no more carbon. Carbon-14 is an unstable isotope, and it decays at a very steady rate. Poof. It turns into nitrogen-14 and a beta particle.
Beta.
And because these carbon-14 atoms decay at a very steady rate, in principle, you can look at the proportional number of carbon-14 atoms and determine how old something is. More carbon-14,
Carbon dating. Got
newer
it.
painting. Less carbon-14, older painting. In 1985, using this technique, they caught a guy, Robert Trotter, who forged a Sarah Hon painting. Ah, far too many carbon-14 atoms. Lock 'em up, boys. But there are even simpler methods of testing the age of a pigment.
Can you fake carbon dating, though? Now that you know they test for it, can't you, like, get a fucking carbon vacuum and suck out all the carbon, thereby making it seem more dated than it actually is?
Jackson Pollock paintings were found to be fake when it was determined that the pigments on the canvas weren't sold until the 1960s.
Well, you'd need really old paint.
Pollock was dead by 1956. Nowadays, there are huge pigment libraries that can be easily cross-referenced. So that shows the year a pigment was first introduced and what year it stopped being used. For example, anything that has titanium white has to have been produced in the last 80 years. I'm going to be honest with you, kid. Michelangelo never used the yellow Crayola. X-rays. Now, you can blast this thing with some radiation and look behind the painting to see what's underneath.
Okay.
For example, did the artist do a sketch first? Maybe this is painted over something else. If you look behind the Mona Lisa, you can actually see that she had a much larger head once, although maybe it just shrunk with age. And you can see that veil much more easily. Also, if you X-ray even further, you can see her fully formed skeleton.
That doesn't make sense.
But the art forgers of today are a wily bunch. Forgers can source old canvases from the correct period. They can use error-matching pigments. Even the carbon dating can be a bit unreliable. Heck, even the X-rays can be bullshitted, as forgers take into account that their work will be X-rayed, as they do a sort of fake painting or sketch first, and then paint the next version on top. Alright, kid, I'll give you $20,000 for this, or a shiny new bottle of Ritalin. Works every time. This section is about Shakespeare. Wow, that would make so much sense for it to be in the theatre video on the main channel. This dude showed up and changed the game. Shakespeare.
Wait, what
Here's
a
the thing,
random
though.
fucking...
We basically know...
Did they just cut it out of the other video because it was too long or what? This is such a random switch up.
Nothing about him. First, we don't know what he looked like. There are two best guesses. One is from this engraving on a first folio, but that wasn't put together until 7 years after he was already dead. One of his peers, Ben Jonson, knew him though and said, yeah, it's pretty close. So maybe. The second is a bust that was made for his grave. There are a bunch of others, but they weren't commissioned by Shakespeare himself. They weren't done while he was alive, and he didn't exactly stop to pose for them. But these are the ones we most recognize.
I can't believe nobody...
This includes Chandos, which is probably the most recognizable. So this could be him, or this could be some completely other dude, or it could be an idealized version. Now, we also don't know exactly when he was born,
Looks terrible.
or when he died, or how he died. His birthday is celebrated on the 23rd of April, but there's no record of that.
Almost my birthday.
And then he died on the 23rd of April as well. So he died on his birthday? Odd coincidence. But we know that he did marry a lady named Anne Hathaway. Yes, same as Catwoman, but this one was the original. We also don't even really know how to spell his name. There are tons of different signatures by him, but they're practically all spelt differently. And let's not even get started on the conspiracies of whether or not he really wrote his plays. The son of 2 illiterate parents from a lower-class neighborhood suddenly becoming the world's greatest playwright? Bit suspicious. Also, whether he was gay, or worse, whether he was foreign, or what the hell is going on with his grave. So if you go to the Holy Trinity Church in Stratford, there is his grave. There he lays. But there is an engraving above him. Blessed be the man that spares these stones, and cursed be he who moves my bones. Cursed, you see. You're not allowed to dig him up. So everyone is super spooked out by the curse, and they refuse to dig him up. So archaeologists instead have done radar scans. Turns out, his head is missing. He was grave robbed in 1794. So we can't even reconstruct him that way. And they won't open it up.
So some rich fuck out there has Shakespeare's skull doing a little Hamlet to be or not to be with actual Shakespeare's skull. Which one of you? Who's got it? Who's got his skull? Give it back, you guys. You had your fun.
Up for DNA tests. So it's likely that we will never know the truth. The government is hiding something. The point is, Shakespeare stole a theatre at one point. Okay, quick Shakespeare moment. In 1599, Shakespeare was working as a playwright with his acting troupe called the Lord Chamberlain's Men. Now, they were leasing out a theatre in Shoreditch called the Theatre. Creative name. Anyway, they had a disagreement.
Someone in chat actually freaking out because they have it right now. How the fuck did he know?
With the landlord, Giles Allen.
Okay, Giles
revoked their lease. Shakespeare and the Chamberlain's Men were not very happy about that, but they had no option but to walk away. But a few days later, in the dead of night, they came back. Now, the group met up just outside the theatre, and they had bribed the watchman to look the other way. Then, with daggers and tools in hand, they broke into the theatre. Now, they weren't there to kill Giles, and they weren't there to steal stuff from the theatre.
Okay.
No. They were there to rob the theatre. They tore down the entire building, piece by piece, and they started carting it away to a warehouse. From there, they ferried it across the Thames and over to Southwark. With the materials that they stole, they constructed the Globe Theatre.
That's crazy.
And there it stood for the next 14
That's
years
crazy.
until it burnt down.
Yeah, probably poorly
It was
built.
a performance of Henry VIII, and a prop cannon was involved. Don't worry about that. But then it was rebuilt. But then in 1642, it was shut down again. But in 1997, a recreation of the Globe Theatre was made once more, and in London you can visit it today, as long as you can avoid being stabbed.
Yeah, well.
And now for the best section of all.
Come on, people, we're ready to shoot. Where's the pizza box with the hole in it?
Oh, never mind, that's my cue. I gotta go. Catch you soon. Don't forget NordVPN.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Funny, and learn something. What a combination. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, that was Get Smarter Saturday. Actually, one of the best Get Smarter Saturdays of all time. A disparate group of subjects, all of which I learned something about, and there was funny jokes.